Can I call roll?
Yes, call roll.
Berman.
Here.
Burt. Holman. Klein. Niss. Price. Scharf.
Here.
Schmidt.
Here.
Shepherd.
Here.
5 present.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You want to make a short opening statement?
Well, I have enjoyed the opportunity to serve one term on the advisory group, and I figure I've learned a little something and would like to continue applying what I have learned, and so I have applied we're using for some other things as well, and I think it's a good model, so I'm happy to participate in it.
That might sound
So that's my statement.
the other way.
This is a test for the storm drain committee. Next we're gonna have to go pick up a manhole cover or something.
Well, that's
There you go.
That's a time-honored expression for a person of extremely economical habits. He throws nickels around as if they were manhole covers. You know that old joke.
Yeah. Councilmembers, Councilmember Klein.
Well, why don't you tell us your views as to how we're doing the storm drain system as compared to what we promised the voters?
Well, we promised the voters that we would do something for Southgate. And Southgate is the very last neighborhood that's in line. But according to the budget figures I have seen, I think there's something like $2 million there to cover Southgate. And that's the last of the things that's being done out of the funding, but it is finally being done. So I think the Southgate residents had a legitimate gripe that they were the last to be served. I will credit the staff, Joe Teresi and the rest of the staff, with having found, I think, several hundred thousands of dollars in what were earmarked as innovative funds that could be applied to meet the needs of Southgate, even though the full $2 million wasn't available. But my understanding of where they're going is that the Southgate will finally get the connection that it needs.
Anyone else? I have a brief question. No, Nancy?
Well, I was just going to say thank you for your service. I'm one of the Southgate residents and on council, so our neighborhood has been engaged in the innovations that are going on there, and I think I'm conflicted from voting on it, so I appreciate the work that you're doing.
Well, it's a kind of a neat solution to if the money isn't found to do the conventional solution, to scare up some money that was otherwise earmarked for innovation and try to meet those needs. So I was happy to see that happening.
And we'll have spent all the money on South. We'll spend all the money by 2017. That was the.
I can't speak for the staff. I read the reports. My understanding from reading the reports is that they have uses for all of the money they now have available, and that the present level of funding, the increased level of funding, will sunset in June of 2017.
Glad to ask more questions.
Sure.
I had a certain involvement in this project 10 years ago. We were deeper in the hole given the increases, the inflationary increases that took place, and then we
Right.
sort of made a comeback as to meeting our 7 projects.
Right.
So where are we on this now?
Again, I made some brief notes of what I have from the staff reports. My understanding of the staff reports is that the current projects are the last phase of working on the Channing-Lincoln trunk line, which was a matter of increasing capacity, a series of connections to the Matadero pump station, a Clara Drive connection to the Matadero pump station, and Southgate. And then apart from that, the other ongoing project is system replacement and revitalization.
Did you have any process in place for considering whether additional projects are necessary or additional funding is necessary so that we would make a decision as to whether to perhaps extend the increase come 2017?
To be candid, that issue is not really presented to our group. Our group has the very limited charter of looking at the budgets, looking at the expenditures, and answering a yes or no question. The yes or no question is, have all the monies that have been spent been applied within the definition of the purposes for which they were raised? And after each of our meetings, it's about a 3-paragraph letter, but there's only one sentence of it that counts. The one sentence of it that counts is, we've looked at the books, we've looked at the expenditures, we find that the expenditures are consistent with the money that they were raised. So we are never asked, we have never been asked during my term on the committee to assist in prioritization, right? Now, we can do a little bit of body English, and we did some body English 2 or 3 years ago on Southgate, because the staff reported to us, gosh, we're kind of embarrassed. There was activity promised for Southgate, and those of us who were on the committee at that time, just asking questions, said, what can you do about that? That's really the only context in which we have had any input on prioritization. I would say that we're not really asked on prioritization, okay? We're asked the yes or no question, is any of the money being used for unrelated purposes? We want to be able to say no to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any final comments?
I do not.
All right, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Al, thank you for coming. Sorry I'm having an IT problem.
I know what that can be like.
You just can't solve it.
Richard Whaley?
Yeah.
Nancy Clark said she's running a little bit late.
Okay. Welcome, if you want to.
Welcome. Yes, this is my 3rd time. I was one of the original members of this committee. I've enjoyed working with them. Storm drains and flood control is one of my specialties professionally. You have an excellent staff, very competent, led by Joe Teresi, and they do a great job. In my time with the committee, the major accomplishment, in my opinion, was a pump station out there in East Bayshore and San Francisco Creek. Years ago when Edgewood was built and Channing, Lincoln, that should have been a pump station a long time ago. Should have been a pump station originally. But of course, back in those days, they just sort of said, well, it's all going towards the bay, it'll be okay. And that of course doesn't work, as we found out a few years ago when we had the floods. But at any rate, that was a major thing. The ballot measure gave us 7 different things. The pump station, Galen Bibbets, which has been done, Alma Street, which has been done, Channing Lincoln, which is underway and has been funded, should be completed in this fiscal year. Matadero Pump Station and Trunks is just being designed. Clara Drive is being done this year. Southgate neighborhood was bid, according to Joe, when we had our celebration in November of the proclamations they gave everybody. But the bids were extremely high, and so they were rejected. I suppose you rejected them. So they're going to look
I
at
think that was
Southgate.
Nancy.
Huh? You don't remember rejecting them? It was on the
I was
con-
on the
it was on the consent calendar, probably.
Right.
I don't think the staff has the power to reject them. But at any rate, they're going to look at that and try to possibly redesign it and try again. And usually, there are good times of the years to bid those kinds of projects. And the late winter, early spring, they might have a better chance. But they did try some different things in there with bulb outs and so forth. And I went to the first meeting they had with the residents. And you have a very interesting group over there. Well, I spent a whole year with them once upon a time when I was with the utilities department. Had an office over there in Palo High School. So I got to know each and every one of them, but I don't remember, were you living there back in that time, 95?
Yeah.
No, you must have come across me. Most people saw me trudging through the neighborhood. At any rate, that's, I enjoy working with them, and it's not a real hard assignment. It's only like 2 meetings a year. Couldn't get off any easier.
Any questions for Mr. Whaley? Larry?
When do you think the committee should go out of business?
Would you make what?
When do you think the committee should go out of business?
Well, if this program ends like it's supposed to, and we think it will, with the money, it should go out of business until the city comes up with another group of projects that they want to present to the voters. You know, we're looking at the 7 projects. We're not looking for problems up in Palo Alto Hills or you know, up in Miranda or someplace. This is all we're looking at.
Do you think there are other projects that in the storm drain system?
I'm not that familiar with the way you find out what your projects are is you talk to the operations people, because they know where the problems are. They get the calls every winter. They know exactly where your problems are.
Anyone else?
Well, I was just going to ask you, you have such a long history working with the city. Has that come in useful for you with the city?
Well, I've lived here for let's see, 46 years in the house we're in now. And I was a consultant for 28 years in this area. So I've done a lot of work for people that built projects in the city. And worked for the city in the utilities department, so yes. I know a lot of things about your city that most other people will never find out. You know, that comes with the territory.
So how long have you been on the committee?
I was the first, when it first started, 8 years,
So you've been 8 years on the committee?
yes.
Wow.
Yeah, and I still came back for another term.
That's what it says. Well, it says here, storm drains, lifelong.
You like the hours, that's all.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, thank you very much for your service. Is there
just-
anything you want to add in closing? If not, we're
No,
good.
just give something back to the community.
Well, we appreciate your service.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Nancy Clark? Welcome. And so if you'd just like a brief statement.
I didn't prepare one, but I have been on the committee, I guess it's 4 years now, I guess my term has been. I've learned a lot, I guess, in terms of storm drains, and it's been a good experience for me, trying to give something back to the community in which I live. Other than that, I don't answer any questions.
Council members, any questions? Greg?
The other day, we had a meeting around the auditor's report on city contracts. And the auditor identified a number of issues we've had with contracts. Now, I assume as part of your oversight, you have gone through a lot of contracts. Is that right? You do a lot of contracting work?
No, as part of our work on the committee, we just look at the overall budget and make sure that the monies are being spent in accordance with the resolution that the voters passed.
Spending is on.
But yeah, we don't actually review any particular contract that has been entered into.
So you have not come across spending of surprises in the contracts. They all have done exactly what they said, what they said.
You know, like I said, we don't get that level of detail in our committee work. We're just here to make sure that the money is being spent in accordance with the resolution. So we were informed from time to time that bids are being let or the contracts are being entered into, but we don't actually review the contracts themselves, look at the terms under which we don't do that level of review. And I'm not sure that, yeah.
Not making a connection between the dollars spent and the completion of the work process.
In terms of the specific contracts, no, that's a staff function, I believe. Yeah.
Nancy, I was just looking at your questionnaire here, and I was just a little confused. It said, have you ever attended any of the following? The Storm Drain Oversight Committee? So this is an old one. Oh, this is your old application.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Ah.
We now have applicants submit new ones?
We don't have people submit new ones?
No, they said just.
Resubmit their old application.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I think we should change. I'm looking at this going. You were on the committee, right? All right. My fault. Well, anyway, thank you very much for your service. If you want to add anything, feel free.
I'd like to ask a question.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
What got you interested in being on the oversight committee? I mean, what sticks out to you on this and not another commission?
You know, I don't know why I received an invitation to this committee. And actually, I think one of the council members had sent it along. I'm not sure if it was you, Greg, or another one. I can't really remember, and I apologize for that. And at the time...
It says on your application that I sent it along in 2009.
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah,
yeah, and I mean, again, I don't know how that connection was made. But at the time, I was just leaving another volunteer organization, and I was looking for something, and you know, if you want to volunteer for your community, this commission is
ideal.
Good way to dip your toe in the water.
Well, you know, although you don't, you know, it's very limited in terms of the amount of time. But yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome. Anything else?
Nope. Well, thank you very much for your
Thank
service. And Mark Harris.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you.
And if you'd like to make a statement.
Well, I'll just make a brief statement. This is an opportunity for me to continue my civic involvement, which has gone on for a long time, and I think my background with the Infrastructure Commission really is suited for this particular commission. It's infrastructure. It's a little different piece of infrastructure, but some of the same skills that I applied there, I would try to apply to this important but limited focus commission.
All right. Larry?
Well, Mark, we've known each other for a long time, but I'm confused as to why you should apply for this commission, given the fact that its work is 80–85% done and it's most likely going to go out of business in 3 years or so, and meets twice a year.
Well, that's okay. You know, I've got lots of other things to do. Just got back from visiting our kids in LA. And if I can contribute, if it's a couple of meetings a year and I can either add something or just confirm that the commission is doing what it's supposed to do as a member of the commission, it's fine with me.
Do you have some concerns that they haven't been doing what they're supposed to be doing?
Not that I'm aware of. I guess the bottom line for me, to a certain extent, was about a year ago when watched San Francisco Creek rise, but not top. And I hope this efforts of this commission had something to do with that not happening. So, from what I can tell, it's doing its job. It's limited focus, but it's something where I can contribute.
Craig? Oversight is what the committee is all about, and I know it's a big part of council activities. Tell me a little bit how you think about oversight. What would be your expectations of information that you would want? And, how aggressive can the committee be following the spending of money?
Well, I haven't read the precise charter. I did look over the most recent staff report that was developed towards it. And so I assume if I'm on the commission, I'll look at the charter and I'll look specifically of what the funds are supposed to be spent for. And I would assume that staff report will have covered that. And I saw that there's a budget for it, and there's an outline of the expenditures. So my assumption, or what I say, there's a meeting that sort of goes over what had been accomplished over the previous year versus what was anticipated to be accomplished. And then there's another meeting to look a year forward, all of that in relation to the money in the charter. So, if I look at that and something sort of shows out to me that this doesn't, I want to kick the tires on this one, because it looks like there's an element here out of however many elements that doesn't quite fit to our expectations. I would probe into that and see what sort of answers I get.
So you'd be looking both at the numbers of dollars expended and the activities.
Yeah, the result. There's dollars, and what was it supposed to achieve, and did it achieve that purpose?
I noticed in your application that you spent a lot of time working for the City of Palo Alto Utilities. In the various capacities you worked for the city, did you have any involvement with our storm drain systems then, or?
Storm drains was typically a public works function.
Okay.
So it wasn't involved in the, and this is a different utility. It's a service that you don't ever want to use until you really need it, as opposed to other utilities where the lights have to stay on every day. So I view it as an insurance policy, a very important insurance policy for the community. When the rains come, is that water flowing where it's supposed to? And if we have an episodic situation, how does it respond? So, I certainly have the concepts down, but I haven't, if I got involved in storm drains, it was sort of tangential to some other issue we were working
Gotcha.
on.
Thank you.
And Mark, after you left the City of Mountain View, you went and became a math teacher, huh?
Yeah, I did.
That's really nice. That's great.
Enjoyed that for 15 years.
Flow dynamics, I hope.
Pythagorean theorem.
Just wanted to make sure. Any closing comments, or?
No, if I can serve, I'd be glad to. If not, we'll find something else to do.
Great. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
All right. So we'll adjourn this, and then we'll go to closed session.
What time do we start?
4:40.
You got 9 minutes to do.
Use it well.
Through those.
soon. FM 91, the Bay Area's Jam Station.
station. Well, they fooled me. That's because they segue to the next track. Ah, there you go. All right. That was Billy Strayhorn's Johnny Come Lately, played by Ralph Peterson's Fotet. All people in it. This recording is called the Fotet Augmented, which means there's at least 5, and that is exactly how many people there are. Ralph Peterson sticking to brushes. He did the arrangement of that tune. The guest was Don Byron playing clarinet. Brian Carrot on vibes, Belden Bullock on bass, and Edwin Castillo percussion. For the Chris Cross label, Fotet Augmented, December 2003. Before that, we had a tune by Philip Springer, lyrics by Fred Ebb. And I don't know who Philip Springer is. He's most famous for having been the person who wrote Melody, the Santa Baby. It was in about 5 minutes it took him. And Santa Baby is a track on Renee Marie's new recording called I Wanna Be Evil on the Motema label. Recorded in New York City in March of this year, and brand new. On that track, on Oh John, we had Kevin Bales on piano, Elias Bailey and Quentin Baxter on bass and drums, the arranger and trumpeter Etienne Charles, Wycliffe Gordon on trombone, and Adrian Cunningham playing clarinet. At the top of the set and underneath the jazz datebook, we had the father and son duo of John Clayton Jr. on bass and Gerald Clayton on piano, who wrote the tune called Sunny Day Go. It's a track from John's newly released recording on the Artist Share label called Palo series, and it's his objective to invite people into his real or virtual parlor and just play together and see what happens. And if this recording with Gerald is anything to go by, then wonderful things indeed are going to happen. Meals on Wheels of San Francisco is pleased to announce its 5th annual benefit concert featuring Bay Area singer-songwriter Michelle Schmidt. And it takes place on December the 18th, which I think is Wednesday, at the SF Jazz Center. You can get more information, being somebody who knows their calendar better than I do, at 866-920-5299. That's 866-920-5299, or on the web at sfjazz.org. Michael Berman here for Jesse Churia Barrera with Jazz in the Afternoon. Coming up next, Rebecca Rushing.
No one to talk with, all by myself.
The Jazz Oasis on KCSM, San Mateo, San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose at 91.1 FM, in Sonoma at 90.7 FM, and live on the web at kcsm.org. The Bay Area's jazz station.
Returning from closed session, and there's no reportable action. So the first thing we have is a, here we go, is city manager comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Actually, I only have one item tonight, just an acknowledgement that the City of Palo Alto received the Green Building Leader in the Public Sector Award for 2013 from Build It Green, a not-for-profit organization that develops and administers the Green Point rating system for homes. And this recognizes Palo Alto as one of California's leading green cities and sustainability innovators. In 2013, 163 homes in Palo Alto obtained Green Point rated certificates, which puts Palo Alto in the top 5 jurisdictions in California. Green Point rating ensures that a home achieves higher energy efficiency, water efficiency, indoor air quality, resource conservation, and other community-related features. So thanks to all of our staff, particularly at the Development Services Center and the Planning Department, on advancing the Council's directives on green and sustainable issues. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you. And now we move to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Price.
Thank you. Last week I attended a webinar on scenario planning, and I think it has a lot of applicability here for the City of Palo Alto. And I'm going to duplicate the presentations that I was able to use, and I'm going to ask the City Clerk's office to scan that and give those materials to the City Manager and to my colleagues. Secondly, as a member of the Santa Clara County Mental Health Board, one of our issues in the Family, Adolescent, and Children's Committee has been the lack of acute care beds for teenagers who are experiencing psychiatric crises. And as part of that work, I was interviewed by a reporter from KQED, as was another member of the panel, and those interviews will be aired today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, and I'm very pleased about that. We do have a severe lack of psychiatric acute care beds for teenagers in this county. The last point is several council members attended the Posada event at the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park in Barron Park, and it was really beautifully done, and it was a real pleasure to be there.
Councilmember Holman.
I was also just going to comment on the Posada Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. Congratulations to all involved in planning and executing that event. It was really a wonderful, successful event.
Councilmember Berman.
So I mentioned last meeting about how the Palo Alto Unified School District is teaming up with Covered California and the PTA, Palo Alto PTA Council, to do healthcare registration events. I had old information on one of the events, so I want to update it, which is at this Thursday, December 19th, from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. at Jordan Middle School. PAUSD, the PTA Council, and Cover California, and registered and certified enrollment counselors are going to be there to sign up anybody for health insurance who needs it. So go if you need it. Tell your friends to go if they need it. We definitely want as many folks as possible to get signed up for health care, and this is a great way. They're going to have babysitting for children of certain ages if you need it. There's more information on the PAUSD website.
And now we'll move to oral communications, and our first speaker is Stephen Rosenblum, to be followed by Bill Rosenberg.
Good evening, members of the Palo Alto City Council. I'm here today to talk to you about grade separation for Caltrain. The issue has arisen because of the upcoming electrification of operations of Caltrain, which allows the tracks to be put in a covered trench, because of the elimination of diesels. This gives us an opportunity to bring the tracks underground where they're out of sight. This will be a crucial issue for two reasons. One is for the look and feel of Palo Alto in the future. The present tracks were laid when the area was farmland, and there was only a need for a few grade crossings here and there. Now Palo Alto is a bustling urban area with lots of pedestrian vehicle traffic and very expensive real estate. 20 years from now, would Palo Alto be more livable if the tracks were in a buried trench with free travel between east and west Palo Alto? Think about having no gate downtime to impede traffic from across the city, no horn noise at gate crossings, and no train engine noise or wheel noise. The second issue is, will Caltrain be able to become the rail mass transit system it needs to become if grade level crossings are not eliminated? We need Caltrain to provide rapid and frequent service between San Jose and San Francisco with its many stops along the way. I think we're seeing, for example, having buses supported by companies as not being a very happy option for the people in San Francisco, even though it does get a lot of cars off the road. I think we would all agree that Caltrain would be a much better option. No urban rail mass transit system has grade level crossings because of operations and safety considerations. With grade separation, the Caltrain schedule will be limited only by customer need and budget and not gate downtime. I urge you as leaders of the community to come up with plans and financing options to achieve this vision. Think boldly and creatively, and the community will follow you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Bill Rosenberg, to be followed by Wynn Gersich.
Good evening. I'm Bill Rosenberg, 820 Bruce Drive. I'm here today to register an objection to a plan to put something called bollards in the street in front of the Apple store on University. At the moment, there are these truly ugly concrete barriers there, and I'm told that they're there because Apple is afraid that somebody's going to drive through their windows and steal their computers, something they could easily have avoided by not having glass down to the sidewalk. But apparently the plan is to replace these truly ugly K-rails, as I'm told they're called, with something called bollards, which are apparently some posts that stick up, and they'll be put in the street rather than the sidewalk. And I would like to see bike racks, if anything, put there. We don't have any bike racks in that area, and we certainly could. But mostly I'd like to know, if possible, where I can really register my objection to this plan. I'm told by a fellow named Stephen Turner from the planning, from Palo Alto Planning, that this has gone along and it's unstoppable at this point. But if there's any place, any forum to register an objection, I'd like to know about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wynn Gersich, to be followed by lay brother Stephen Gerard.
Hello. Last time I was here, I gave the council Paul Connett's CD that had 15 university studies of all the health effects of what fluoridation does to your body. And this is something that I hope everybody in this room will look up on the Public Record Act, because the City Council has it on public record. You can look it up and get this. And I hope that everybody in this city protests this, because your city was fluoridated first in the 1950s, and you have more senile seniors in this city than anybody. And you've done a lot of studies on Alzheimer's and all this stuff, and that is what fluoridation causes. It's got lead and arsenic in it. It lowers children's IQs. It doubles breast cancer death rates. And if you look up on YouTube, Dr. Dean Burke did the studies for the federal government, and he announced that it doubled breast cancer death rates, and they put this stuff in our water anyway. And another thing that you should be looking up on YouTube is Agenda 21, Depopulation in the New World Order. So what happened is in 1995, Senator Jackie Spears wrote a bill to fluoridate the rest of the state. So all the places that don't have fluoridation are going to get it now. And guess what? Marin's next. Now, Marin has the highest breast cancer death rates globally. And in the Bay Area, we are globally known for breast cancer, but Marin has it higher than here. So if it doubles breast cancer death rates, why are they doing this? And what's amazing is that this city council and BOSQA, Alameda County Water District Water Board, and San Francisco PUC now have the evidence to get this stopped. And under the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2003, which is the whistleblower, if they were ethical, they would bring this to Jackie Spears' attention, they would go to Sacramento, and they would get this stopped, because everybody in the public should be demanding, when you see this, nobody thinks that why on earth would you want to have mutated genes and have a retarded child, because it increases Down syndrome. With the lead, it lowers children's IQs, it causes bone cancer, and all kinds of stuff. I mean, why on earth would you even want breast cancer to reduce cavities if this poison worked? So it's time to get it stopped. But one other thing, too, is the fact that it does cause anxiety attacks and mental illness. And this is amazing, and it's radioactive. So our children are suffering from this. And if anything, as a parent, I want it stopped, and I hope that you do, too. But you can also look up Dr. Wynn Parker, and he's on the radio on rbnlive.org on Sunday mornings, and he's telling what the government's doing, but his chloramine causes collateral health damage is up for a Nobel Peace Prize. And this is something that everybody needs to read, because this also tells you the other poison they're putting in the water, and all of this is to reduce the population, causes infertility. And the worst part is that I was at the Alameda County Water District Water Board the other day, and Obama just passed a bill that nationwide they want all the water companies to purchase 5% more water. And Wynn Parker will tell you why.
Lay brother Stephen Gerard, to be followed by Saibel Lavulu Bouchan.
Wonderful council members and citizens of Palo Alto, lay brother Stephen Gerard Sadlowski, passing through from Sacramento to San Diego. I'm going to open it up with a simple song. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. Palo Alto Life Peace Zone. Thank you all for your listening ears. I've already spoken to many city councils about life peace zones, and I've learned that I need to fine-tune the talk. What I'm really going to talk to all of you about as citizens for the first time is citizen overlay zones. And what I'm asking the council to do is to look at the possibility of writing a new chapter in zoning code. I'm hoping that Palo Alto, Menlo Park, Redwood City, many other cities all the way through the California state will rewrite zoning where citizen overlay zones shine forth on how each city really wants to shine forth. 3 areas that cities can shine forth today. How about fatherhood, motherhood, and childhood 365 days a year? We already celebrate Father's Day and Mother's Day, don't we? Okay? But let's celebrate it 365 days a year. You'll have 2 pamphlets in front of you. That is called a Level 1 Citizen Overlay Zone. How about loving life to our final breath? That's another example of a Citizens Overlay Zone that all the citizens here can actually vote in. How about a city that loves animals, since I'm a Franciscan, to the point where there'll be no animal research in that particular city because it just wants to shine that way? That's another example of a life peace zone. And all of us know the gun violence that we've had for the last couple years in the United States. And I, being a former naval officer, am concerned about these types of things too. And St. Francis hones me to be concerned about these types of things. Why can't a city on a level 4 citizens overlay zone, why can't a city decide we're not going to even sell firearms in our city? Another example of a life peace zone. These are all possibilities for life peace zones, and these allow all of us to start talking about this new possibility. Thank you very much. You're hearing about citizen overlay zones, life peace zones.
Thank you. Saibel Lavulu Bouchan, to be followed by Cheryl Lilienstein.
Right, it's Lavolo Bouchan, and thank you for the good attempt at that. I'm here about stopping the ban, and I'm up on the latest news that you intend to consider a stay for that. It's agenda item 14, so I will come back and speak to that more in depth. All I want to say at this time is, instead of a stay, how about just dropping it completely? Thank you.
Cheryl Lilienstein, to be followed by Trina Leverchek.
Good evening. I hope we've all heard about the saying that every system is perfectly designed to achieve exactly the results it gets. In the case of the planning department, the traffic reports are designed to achieve the results that the city seems to want, which is to build everything to the max. And system design was illustrated last week when Jaime Rodriguez gave a presentation at the PTC meeting that described the process by which the developments that are expected to generate less than 100 trips per day are subjected to a mere memo, while those expected to generate more than 100 trips a day are subjected to a VTA design study, which uses a measurement scale that does not have a scale that goes lower than what is already the worst traffic we have historically experienced. So according to this process, nothing will get worse unless it happens to be good right now. And according to the scale, the places that are already impacted will not experience any changes because the measurement scale does not exist to measure that. Is anyone shocked? So because Palo Alto's traffic analysis system is perfectly designed to achieve exactly the results it gets, developers are taken seriously when proposing vastly expanded square footage, simply because there is going to be no measure by which traffic generation will be judged as worse than it already is. This Alice in Wonderland situation is simply crazy. The result of using a process that is perfectly designed to do what it is doing is that the people of the city are very unhappy and want some changes made. Specifically, the Palo Altans for Sensible Zoning want Palo Alto to base development decisions on a continuous, real-time, ongoing traffic monitoring system so that we have data that provides evidence on which to make sensible and informed choices about land use, infrastructure costs, and transportation plans. We are requesting a moratorium on all major projects over 10,000 square feet until this system is in place and functioning. This moratorium should be applied to 636 Waverly immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Trina Leverchek.
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to come and make a couple of comments about the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park Posada the other night, which I attended for the second annual event. It was a wonderful event, and I know that there were 4 council people there, and I wanted to thank them for coming. Gail Price, Karen Holman, Larry Klein, and Pat Burt. And also the school superintendent attended, Kevin Skelly. But it was a wonderful event. The folks who live there just really went all out in decorating their homes, the whole scenario. They had a procession, a posada, which unfortunately I missed that part, but I got there in time for some of the dancing, which was really fun to see these young kids out there doing some of the Mexican dances. They cooked amazing tamales and pozole, and it was all delicious, and everybody there seemed to be having a really good time. There was a really nice turnout, and so again, I just want to thank all of you who came, and hope that they'll do it again next year and that even more of you will come. Thanks.
Thank you. And now we'll move to approval of the minutes. Can I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
All right, if we could vote on the board. And that passes unanimously. And now we move to the consent calendar. We have a number of speakers. These are all to item number 7. All right, let's do that first. So our first speaker is Roger McCarthy, speaking to item number 7, and followed by David Kleiman.
Thank you, council members, for your time. And let me say this is my first council meeting attendance, and I've acquired a renewed appreciation for and sympathy of your service. I gather 636, is, which I'm speaking to, is on the consent calendar to basically deny the appeal. And I'm speaking to urge you not to do that. I think the 636 architectural review request needs to be investigated seriously by the council. I think the distinguishing feature of this architecture of 636 and its companion project at 640 is its lack of it. These are really not architectural structures. They are volumetric cubes to maximize the economic value of those two buildings. And as an engineer, I'm sympathetic to that. Unfortunately, unlike most of the things I design as a mechanical engineer, we have to look at these. And the objective architectural incompatibility of 636 with the neighborhood is obvious and quite apparent. First of all, they come completely out to the sidewalk. Look, both sides of Waverly Street, no structure comes out to the sidewalk. In fact, all the other structures are at least 8 foot back. So these structures will intrude into the vision line down the whole street. Secondly, no structure on the block even remotely maximizes the zoning permitted volumetric envelope. And it's obvious that they don't. It's immediately objectively apparent that there's no structure that remotely achieves that end. And so there's an immediately visual incompatibility because of that design incompatibility. And finally, all the structures on the street that meet the 50-foot maximum do so in an aesthetically thought out, intelligent manner. They are stepped back. These structures are not. They're meant to be a maximum, and they are right on your face, right on the street. So if there is not architectural review warranted in this situation, I would urge the council, let's do away with architectural review. What we really have is volumetric review. If it fits within the volume permitted by the code, it's good to go. You'd save everybody a lot of time, wouldn't show up and bother you about architectural appeals. Thank you.
Thank you. David Kleiman, to be followed by Harold Justman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. You will hear a lot of testimony tonight. Some of it, I think, will be factual, and I fear that some of it may not be. So I'm going to focus on facts, and these, as I see it, are not mine. They are the facts as they were seen and found by the Architectural Review Board, a member of which is here to speak if needed. The first and I think most important thing that I want to say to you tonight is that the Architectural Review Board deliberated carefully several times, and as a result of those deliberations, Ken Hayes made numerous design changes. I've met personally with almost all of you, and I spoke with Pat Bird, who's the only person I didn't meet with, and was able to, I think, show you how those changes, went from one design to another to the final design that was approved, and those changes were made in response to discussions and meetings that I had with members of the community input at the ARB, and of course the ARB's own thinking. ARB members are tasked with the responsibility to review and opine on buildings in our city. And they did that, and they did a good job as far as I see it. We made changes in the project that made it better as a result. Having said that, I think that the Architecture Review Board's decision is worthy of respect, and I think you should stand behind the Architecture Review Board and allow this project to go forward. Some specifics, and these speak to some of the issues that have been raised and will be raised. Regarding the quality of the design, you should have this in front of you. The proposed project features a modern design that incorporates geometric shapes with the use of concrete and glass. This design was supported and generally well-liked by the majority of the ARB. The city doesn't mandate architectural styles. I think this is a key point. The appellant here really obviously prefers a style other than the one that I prefer. This is my building, not his. I have the right to propose a modern building. We've done that, and the ARB liked it. So in closing, I hope you will back up the ARB, allow this project to go forward, and I thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Harold Justman, to be followed by, yes?
Question. So my question is that we haven't had the council members have the opportunity to pull items from consent, and we're having a whole body of speakers. And then if one of these items gets pulled from consent, for instance, one that's on appeal, we would then go through our normal process, I assume, where the appellant would have a designated period of time and the applicant would have a designated period of time, but some of those people have already spoken. Is this the correct way in which we should be conducting this?
So I'll defer to the city attorney. I mean, my understanding was we have items on consent, we allow people to speak on consent, but I'm defer to the city attorney.
Well, if I might respond, they don't speak on consent once the council has removed them from consent. So the question is, what's the sequence by which the council removes them?
I don't recall that the council's rules, Mr. Mayor, are specific as to the sequence. Certainly, members of the public must be allowed to speak on the consent calendar as a whole. If a member speaks on an item that's removed, a member of the public, there is no need to give them a second opportunity to speak. But if you end up hearing, following the formal appeal and procedures, then the time frame for the appellant and applicant will be different, and you'll need to follow that procedure. So it may make sense to entertain whether an item will be removed.
All right, I will entertain at this point if we're going to pull any items from the consent calendar.
That's a good idea.
All right. Councilmember Holman.
I would move to remove item number 7 from consent.
Second.
Seeing no third, we won't be pulling item number 7.
And then clarification then, I guess, city attorney, when would I get to speak to that? At this point in time or when we vote?
The rules provide that a council member can take a few minutes to explain a no vote at the end of the consent.
After she votes, correct?
After the vote.
After the vote.
thought.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt.
I propose removing...
One more. I propose removing item 10.
Second.
I will support that discussion.
So item number 10 has been pulled then.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I just might remind the council, I think your typical practice is to try to give me a heads up during the course of the day so that we would know if something might be intended to be pulled, so we're sure to have the staff here. I believe we happen to have staff here on item 10, but just going forward, it is very helpful if we do get some heads up. Obviously, the vote can't be necessarily predetermined in advance, but the intent is always helpful. I know sometimes it can come up at the last minute, sometimes even after hearing the public.
Right. Our rules do require that you go ahead and give us notice by noon if possible. I think it's 11 o'clock if feasible. And I think that would be it's a good practice to at least try and get it in. I mean, obviously, we're going to allow you to pull it. But. All right.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, just a procedural question. When do we announce disclosures? Before we vote, or when would you like those?
I'll look to the city attorney. Disclosures on consent items.
So could we back up just a moment? So you have one item pulled from consent. You just wish to remind you that you should finish public comment on the rest of the consent calendar. And then if there are disclosures on a quasi-judicial item, then that should be done before the applicant and appellant speak, so that they have an opportunity to respond to any items that are disclosed.
And so that would only be on item number 7, is that correct?
Item number 10, I believe, Mr. Mayor.
So we should get, before we vote on consent, then we should have disclosures on item number 10 on the consent calendar.
Item number 7 is not a quasi-judicial item at this point. It's just an appeal that the council has decided not to take up. So I don't, disclosures are not required on item number 7.
And we pulled item number 10, is that correct? We did, yes. Okay. All right. So, Mr. Justman, you're somewhere in the audience.
Mr. Mayor, may I just add just a clarifying point too? I think the council practices when we pull an item from the consent calendar, it would either be rescheduled for another date or would be set as the very first action item. So I think the intent would be that this would be the very first, item 10 would be the first item taken up. Is that correct? After the consent calendar?
Yes, after we do the consent calendar, we'll hear item number 10. So, Mr. Justman, you're not going to speak?
No need.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Kathleen Critchett, if you want to speak to item number 7.
Good evening, members of the council. I'm in the neighboring building at 628. I'm a long-term resident there of over 12 years, and I'm here to speak on behalf of our long-term and more vulnerable residents of the building, myself included, on disability, recovering from cancer. I live in my home 24/7, and the wall from 636 will be coming anywhere from 3 to 8 feet from my wall. Further back in the building is a very vulnerable elder woman of 25 years, and it will be coming within this 636 will be coming within 3 feet of her wall, including, I guess, the property line is such that a very large tree on our property, which is like 7/8 on our property, will be removed due to this project. But mainly I'm concerned about the residents, myself included. So I'm concerned about the noise, the particulate, what provisions are to be made for the well-being of the residents at the neighboring building at 628 Waverly. With that, I implore you to consider, what can be done for us. Thank you very much.
Ed Firestone on item number 7. I just want to remind everyone that the council decided not to pull item number 7. But Ed Firestone to be followed by Janice Berman if you wish to speak on it.
I do not wish.
Okay. So Janice Berman to be followed by Jamie Wong if he wishes to speak. Alex Giannovati if he wishes to speak. Oh, got someone?
This must be the one before Alex.
Okay.
Members of the council.
And if you could just state your name since I called a bunch of people. 9.
Janice Berman.
Thank you, Janice.
I live across the street from the proposed and I suppose now approved 636. Since I have the floor, I'm going to take it. I wrote a letter that was in the Daily Post on Friday, and I'm going to read it now in case you missed it, because I think this is going to continue to have applicability in the rest of the city as we march toward the destruction of what we know as Palo Alto. A tranquil, pretty Palo Alto neighborhood of small homes and small businesses is in imminent danger of turning into a wall of huge 50-foot high-rises devoid of setbacks. The outsized brutalist glass and concrete design for a mixed-use 4-story building proposed for 636 Waverly Street between Hamilton and Forest Avenues is the object of an appeal by concerned neighbors, and it's on the City Council's consent calendar. It should be removed at Monday night's meeting and given a full public hearing. If approved, 636 Waverly will be the first domino in a plan divulged to me last summer in a conversation with developer David Kleiman to take virtually the whole block, which consists of modest 1- and 2-story homes and a historic cottage high-rise.
the 50-foot-high lot line to lot line 636 Waverly, a proposal extensively covered in the Post, is to be followed by a similar monstrosity right next to it, also by architect Ken Hayes, and another new building of like scale on the drawing board for 628, abutting Burge Clark's historic post office. In materials, size, and massing, these designs for the 600 mid-block violate the city's own compatibility guidelines. If 636 Waverly is consented to, that 50-foot wall of high-rises will destroy the last real buffer between a quiet residential area and commercial downtown. Trying to hold the line against developers' greed has gone beyond house-to-house fighting. Now we're talking entire blocks. Did I say the neighborhood is in danger? My mistake. It's the city. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jamie Wong, I thought. Thank you. Alex Giannovatti, if you wish to speak. All right. Bob Moss, if you wish to speak. Mr. Moss. Then that'd be followed by Paula Shaviv, if you wish to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Sharp and council members. There are a lot of things wrong with this proposal and this project, and one of them is that the basic design of the building is pretty bad. To be quite frank, if an architect submitted this to the architecture department when I was in school, he'd be lucky if he got a D. If you look at the picture on page 3 of the staff report, there's a whole series of, let's call them projections, and concrete and glass pieces just kind of stuck on the side of the building. They don't mate, they don't fit, they're incompatible. Then you take a building like this and you put it in a street like Waverly, which typically has low buildings set back from the street, which are consistent with the overall architecture of Palo Alto, and it's really terrible. Another problem that we have is the glass walls. And I noticed the architect was saying, well, it's wonderful because people can see as they're sitting in the offices out into the street. Quite frankly, if I was sitting in an office and I had a glass wall building and people were walking by looking at me, I'd be very upset. I don't think that's a good design. I don't think that's a good way of building a building. I don't think it's a good use of the property. Buildings like this basically are, let's call them the standard, which are then picked up and plopped down anywhere in the city that they can buy the land. They're done without any real concern about context, about matching what's there already, about fitting in, about being appropriate. And I think we have far too many of these in Palo Alto already. As for the ARB approving it, my experience with the ARB, which goes back a long time, is that after they've had a project come to them 2 or 3 times, they just get fed up. The classic is 400 Hamilton, which was one of the first buildings that was approved by the ARB. And the architects came in with a design that the ARB hated, and they kept telling them, change it. And the architect would make a minor tweak, and he'd bring it back, and the architect's ARB hated it. And after the 5th time, the ARB said, we're fed up with seeing you. We don't want to see you ever come in here again. We'll approve the damn project. Well, now their patience is a lot lower, and after 2 or 3 times, they have a tendency to just go ahead and approve it. The fact that the ARB approved it does not mean it's good design. It does not mean it's quality. It does not mean it fits the context of the city. It does not mean it should be accepted by the city council. I think you should pull it and kill it.
Paula Shaviv, if you wish to speak, to be followed by Douglas Smith, if you wish to speak. Nope. So Douglas Smith, to be followed by Doug Scaff. No. Oh yeah, maybe that's the appellant. That's the appellant. Really? Oh, yeah. Should I have someone else speak while you set up the presentation? So Doug Scaife?
Let Doug Smith know what the plan is.
Doug Smith, I thought maybe we could have someone. Is Doug Scaife here? Why don't you come speak while they set up Doug Smith's presentation? I realize it's confusing because we have Doug and Doug, but...
I'm Doug Scaife. I live at 659 Waverly, across the street from the proposed 636 project. I've sent you all a letter talking about the compatibility guidelines and why 636 meets none of them except for one. The compatibility guidelines say that compatibility is achieved when the apparent scale and mass of the new building is consistent with the pattern of achieving a pedestrian-oriented design, and when new construction shares general characteristics and establishes design linkages with surrounding existing buildings so that the visual unity of the street is maintained. They do this through a number of ways: siding, scale, massing, and materials. 636 meets none of those. Siding, it has no setbacks like the rest of the neighborhood, no setbacks from the sidewalk, and virtually none from the lot lines. Scale, it's 7 times the size of the existing structure and overpowers the 1- and 2-story buildings on the street next to it. Massing, it's a 50-foot tall building from lot line to lot line. You can't get much more massive than that within the zoning. Materials, it's concrete and glass. Nothing else on that street is anything but wood, stucco, and brick across the street. Rhythmic pattern of the street established by the general width of the buildings and the space between them. There is no space between this building and the others. Today, all of the buildings have driveways, they have space between them. The pattern of roof lines and projections. Obviously, a 50-foot building next door to a 2-story building and a 1-story building, there is no roof line compatibility anyplace. Sizes, proportions, and orientation of windows, bays, and doorways. It's a glass and concrete structure. The rest of them are wood houses with small windows or an apartment building with small windows. The location and treatment of entryways. It has no driveway. The entryway does face the sidewalk, so I guess you get to count that. Everybody else fits the sidewalk too. Shadow patterns from massing and decorative features. There is no shadow pattern that it's compatible with. The treatment of landscaping. There's no landscaping on the thing. There's one planter box in front of it. They have convinced the city to go ahead and put a planter strip out in the street based on the fact that the building next door is also in development, which is against their own rules. And lastly, Mr. Kleiman talked about the things that changed in the ARB. They took the roof back about 10 feet on the 4th floor, the concrete roof, and they added the planting strip in front. All of the rest of the things are very minor. They did no other changes to that building. They didn't follow any of the compatibility requirements. Thank you.
Is Mr. Smith ready, or should I go to someone else quickly? You're all ready?
I apologize for the delay. I'm Douglas Smith, the appellant, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, and thanks especially to those of you who contacted me. I think there were some very interesting and productive discussions. I just want to make a few comments. I was gratified particularly by the statements of Alexander Liu, Board Member Liu, at the September 19 ARB meeting, who essentially vindicated my appeal by outlining many items that I had expressed concern about: mass, style, fenestration pattern, color, and materials. He says it's everything. It's changing everything that people know about the block. I agree completely. Mr. Guyer, the new member who was present, new ARB member who was attending his very first ARB meeting on September 19, pretty much echoed Mr. Liu's statements. He said this is sort of a in-your-face, right up to the property line design. I have a hard time placing it at this particular location, despite the fact that not much changed in the course of review, except that the architect was agreed to pull back the top floor roof a bit to reduce the impression, or to reduce the or increase the setback on the top floor, and I think there was a planter. Otherwise, there wasn't much changed. Curiously, Mr. Lippert at the final meeting on October 17 cited the Secretary of Interior standard for the rehabilitation of historic structures, which is a totally inappropriate document. That is an HRB document, not the ARB. I wanted particularly to show a PowerPoint slide. This is the future of Waverly Street, according to Mr. Hayes. Here we have, barely visible, the lovely house of Roger McCarthy, who spoke earlier. Here's the beloved post office. They're basically pretty much cast in the shade by a glass canyon that will completely change the nature of Waverly Street. This is compatibility according to the modern architect. That seems to be the vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Elmore to be followed by Herb Barak.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, members of the council, mayor. I'm here to speak about the non-compatibility of 636 Waverly. Its general character to me is that it's just not considerate at all of anything in the neighborhood. And I know how it is to design a building. I've designed a few. And when you have this as an assignment, for me, the first thing you would want to do is look around the neighborhood and then try to do something that enhances the neighborhood, but it also lets you express what the neighborhood or the features of the neighborhood that are good. And this building is just absolutely in your face, not that kind of a building. This building represents trying to do something that is very different, and it is very different, and it could fit in a modern setting in a city where there are other buildings of similar height, similar materials, similar, let's say, design motif or style. But this style in Palo Alto on that location is absolutely something that I think is just basically, aesthetically not desirable at all. And I do not understand why we can't have buildings that have more respect for one another. And there is a kind of a vogue going on, especially downtown, where that is missing when that choice is made. For instance, one of the first things is that there is no landscaping. And I just don't understand why that wouldn't be something that the ARB would say, excuse me, when you come, show us some landscaping and come back next month or next week. But there is no landscaping. And every place else on that lot has some landscaping. So that's my first thing, is that it just does not fit with anything anywhere around. And thank you.
Thank you. Herb Barak to be followed by Joe Hirsch.
Mayor Schroff and council members, I believe it was appropriate at the start of this agenda item, as Councilmember Burt suggested, to find out if there were any items that 3 council members wanted to remove from the consent calendar. And that was appropriate to do before you heard from anybody, because you're not making a decision on the project at that time, either yes or no. However, the Brown Act does require you to give the public an opportunity to speak on an item before you make a decision. So if there are not enough members of the council to remove something from the consent calendar before the public speaks, then you have an obligation to hear from everybody who wants to speak, because it is not the same thing as approving the agenda item at that point. Council members still have an opportunity to change their minds and provide that third vote after they've heard from the public. So I believe it was inappropriate to interpret the lack of 3 votes to remove something from the consent calendar before hearing the public as approving something or approving and keeping it on the consent calendar, and that it was inappropriate to discourage people from speaking. Sometimes, not very often, but sometimes after the council has heard people speak on a consent calendar item, it's only after that point where they've decided that they want to remove something from the consent calendar. It's a fine point, and it doesn't always happen. We have so many people who are wanting to speak on something, or that we have multiple items that people want to remove from the consent calendar. But I think it would have been better to have heard from the other people rather than tell them the decision had already been made. The decision has not been made on this consent calendar item until you hear from the public. Thank you.
Joe Hirsch.
Joe Hirsch, excuse me, 4149 Georgia Avenue in Green Acres. I had not planned to talk on this subject tonight. And I'm not very well informed on it, I have to admit. But what I've heard tonight moves me to say something. If I understand it correctly, this building has no setback. On the other hand, other buildings nearby have setback from 8 to 20 or so feet. I think everyone in this room knows about Mickey's. I think many council members have said that that was a bad decision to site it right up to the sidewalk. You are doing the same thing here again tonight. You are looking at a street that has setbacks, and you're taking a building and allowing it to come out to the sidewalk. That seems to be wrong. You have precedent in this town that we all know about and was instrumental in the referendum in helping defeat Measure D. I urge you to take this off the consent calendar and send it back to the ARB for further discussions with the public so they can once again make their feelings felt, and that we don't make another mistake as was made as Mickey's.
Thank you. Now, we have more consent items. On item number 14, we have Lynn Heidecker. All right, Rick Toker.
Thank you, members of the council. I want to urge you to stay the enforcement of the vehicle habitation ban. And in particular, there are 2 provisions in the ban that I find very problematical. One is this statement that it's primarily complaint-based. What is primarily? Is that 51%, 2/3, 3/4? I think that opens up a huge loophole for selective enforcement. And also, in eating, it bans eating in vehicles. Well, if a police car is up at a red light with somebody in a brand new Lexus and well-dressed, and they're drinking their Starbucks latte there, are they going to cite them for living in their vehicle? So thank you.
Sybil Lavulu-Bouchon.
That was Rick Tucker,
right? Cybelle Lavola Bouchon. And I'm here as somebody who has been sitting in on some of the council meetings and as well as participating in the Stop the Ban Coalition activities. So first, I'd like to say that the closing of Coverly and the other community center buildings achieved what the neighbors wanted and what the city council had to pay attention to. I think that the pendulum has swung too far to the right or too extreme with the vehicle dwelling ban. So I'm asking you not to just call for a stay, or a moratorium of the ban, but to remove it. And then I have solutions, and I'm sure a lot of other citizens have solutions as well. We can create the affordable housing and the housing for our unsheltered. First, we could follow San Francisco's lead and create an affordable housing trust fund. And you might say, well, how can we fund this? So we would, secondly, use another of San Francisco's progressive ideas to fund the affordable housing by instituting a business tax. It's kind of unbelievable that there isn't a business tax at all. In Palo Alto, we have mega billionaires who've moved in here, mega billionaires. And I think they want to help and they want to make this the right place. But otherwise, I think there's a risk of them buying up all of their neighbors' properties, making it an elitist community, a place where some people who value diversity wouldn't ever want to live. So lastly, you've got the campus is closed, and the Stop the Ban Coalition isn't going to go away. We're going to stay. We're going to help you solve it. Please be open to some of our help. Thank you.
Barbara Goodwin, to be followed by Aram James. If Barbara's not here, is Aram James here? Come on up.
Good evening. I'm here to encourage all of you to vote in favor of the proposed moratorium on implementing the vehicle habitation ban. Desert Rain versus the City of Los Angeles, now pending in front of a 3-judge court in the Ninth Circuit. I have a procedural question that I wasn't able to get a clear answer from the city attorney on, maybe because I didn't ask the question as precisely as I should have. But the moratorium that's proposed is for a year or sooner, the sooner being if Desert Rain is decided. I would like to give some certainty to the vehicle dwellers and to the community and ask that the moratorium be for at least a year, regardless of the outcome of the litigation. I suspect that whoever wins at the federal district level will appeal to, at the Ninth District deal to the in-bank, the full Ninth Circuit, and then possibly on to the United States Supreme Court. So as it currently stands, the moratorium could be as little as 2 or 3 months because we know the district court could rule. So I would like to get the staff or Molly Stump to address whether by saying or until Desert Rain is resolved, whether that means all potential litigation. That would give us a better idea about how long we're talking. I also want to suggest that it seems to me that maybe more people are listening on the council than I suspected, and that's a good thing. I read in the December 13th Daily Post that Liz Ness said the following, and I want to commend her for that. Although Councilwoman Liz Ness heard from a number of residents who supported the car campaign ban before it was passed in August, yesterday she said she hadn't yet heard from anyone who was upset that the ban could be delayed. Further on, Ness said it makes sense for the city to put the ban off for a year. Is the law too vague? Quote, we're not going to try to enforce something similar to what the Ninth Circuit has taken up as a case. There's even talk that it's going to the California or the U.S. Supreme Court, she said. So I'm encouraged that whatever length of time the moratorium is going to be, that we have now opened up a powerful conversation about coming up with real solutions so that we don't have more deaths, next year at this time because of exposure to cold weather, and that we in Palo Alto become national leaders in ending homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Lois Sallow, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
My name is Lois Salo. I'm a resident of Palo Alto. I'm a member of Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, a 99-year-old peace group recommended for a Nobel Peace Prize. I'm also with Stop the Ban. I believe that this ban should not be delayed. It should be rescinded. Regardless of the Los Angeles court case, this ban is cruel and unconstitutional. Put the money saved to building homeless shelters and low-income housing. Palo Alto is flush with cash. Use it for our unhoused brothers and sisters. Mayor Scharf, rejoin Mayors for Peace. These mayors are asking to cut the $670 billion military budget and to build low-income housing. I don't know what your reasoning is, but I hope that you will listen and rejoin Mayors for Peace. Thank you.
Stephanie Munoz, to be followed by Marie Simorenko.
Good evening, Mayor Scharf and council members. I'd like to agree with Lois Salo that the ban should be rescinded, not simply placed in the future. And the reason is this. We have now the result of a very long-standing policy of improving the value of Palo Alto properties. Well, one of the things about improving the value of the properties is that you get homeless because the properties are more and more out of reach of an ordinary working person. That's not a drug addict or an artistic gypsy type. That's just an ordinary working person that doesn't have enough money to shelter himself and his family. The other thing that you'll see coming up a little later is that the city, at one point, some months ago, found that it didn't have enough money, it thought, to buy something that it had arranged. It was making efforts to buy. And that seems to me silly, and somebody else will bring that up. But you have to realize when the value of the property goes up, the value of the property goes up and you have to pay more for it. And everybody else does too. I would like you, please, to look on these car campers as part of the solution, like the people in the trailers and the people in the motor homes and those camping things. These are people that are doing something for themselves to keep them off the streets. We really don't want them. I mean, I have to admit, I don't want them on the streets either, and not just because they're freezing to death, which would be a humane thing to do. It's also kind of messy. Couldn't you have these car campers stay in the city garages from until say daylight, 6 in the morning? They wouldn't bother anybody. Nobody would, and I would like to hear you discuss it. Not because I made this suggestion last year. It seems to me that they're doing something for themselves, and we should help them. And if we have any concern about them, we should take steps to look at them and regulate them and see what they're doing. What's wrong with that? Wouldn't that work well? Please discuss it. Thank you so much.
Marie Semenko, to be followed by lay brother Stephen Gerard.
Marie Simorenko from Palo Alto Friends Meeting.
I'm here to support the staff's recommendation to take the criminalization of living in your car off the record. It's very hard for people to become homeless and to have their car towed and taken away from them because they don't have the money to pay the fees is just kicking them lower and lower and lower. I think that if you continue to dialogue with the faith communities and try to work on a solution, this is not the only city in the country that has a problem. This is a problem in all the cities. And it's because, as the person in front of me said, as the houses get more expensive and the salaries or living conditions don't, people lose their homes. There's a backup. Somebody has been waiting for shelter or a home since 2007. There is a big backup. Now, you can have people freeze to death if you prefer that on your conscience, or you can open it up and let the dialogue continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Lay brother Stephen Gerard, to be followed by Wynn Gersich.
Lay brother Stephen Gerard, attending again. I think the last time I spoke here, I mentioned to all of you about in San Diego, Father Joe's, and maybe some of you took a moment to call up San Diego council members to learn about Father Joe's. I don't know if that happened or not. I'm not going to add to what they've already done, but I'm going to share with you that my spiritual mentor in life is St. Francis of Assisi, who gave up all his riches to become poor. So, if St. Francis were out there supporting his brothers and sisters out there, a holy man of God, and you were to come and do something inappropriate, at some level, the church is going to be looking at you. And some of you are already groomed by your churches anyway. I know you love God at your own unique level. And I'm grateful that it sounds like some solutions are starting to abound. Remember, I myself live in my car as I travel through the United States talking about these citizen overlay zones so that I can have money for those flyers that I gave you and those leaflets that I gave you. Okay? So we have to make sacrifices. I'm sorry for some of the people who are living out there because I know that they're not all like St. Francis, and the economy itself brings us unfortunate things that we never imagined we would have, okay? Keep the Christmas spirit. It's still Advent right now. Keep working on the solutions. I encourage you, and do email me, and I'll be happy when I go back to San Diego. I'll be happy to be your servant, to work with San Diego City Council to accelerate anything to help your wonderful Palo Alto Council. Thank you. Brother Stephen Gerard at hotmail.com, BROSTEVENGERARD at hotmail.com. Thank you.
Wynn Gersich, please.
I live in Hayward, and last week we had a person die, and he froze to death. And I was also at the city council in Hayward also when they wanted to ban feeding the homeless. They put an ordinance, and that is going to go through all the cities now too, that you have to have a permit to feed the homeless. And it amazes me in this country, we've got all this money to go to war, and yet we can't even feed the people right here. And to take somebody out of their car and have this happen is unconscionable to me, and this shouldn't ever even have to come up. And I hope to God that the people here in this city fight this, because I don't think you'd want to see more people stepping over a dead body and watching somebody freeze to death. I mean, is this what we've come to? This is crazy, and you can't even let them sleep in a car? Unbelievable. I know people that are living in their cars. You know, we got a lot of them over in my city, believe me. And if they have a car, they're lucky. And when I left that city council, it was last month, they were talking about National Toilet Day. And they were saying how many toilets are not open because they've shut them all. And I go out to my car underneath this, by the city council, and here's this homeless guy sleeping on the ground next to these porta potties with a lock on them. And I was shocked. I mean, this guy was in a wheelchair and he's laying on the ground, so I pulled a blanket out of my car and I give it to him. And they couldn't even use the toilet. There was 3 homeless in that garage, and there was urine and feces all over the place. And this is something else. I mean, you're talking about sleeping in a car. We need to do something about bathrooms. Do you know that Bend, Oregon actually has a trailer that the homeless can bathe in and use toilets? And they have a campground that they have to move in 14 days, but they do that. There's other cities taking care of this, and it's unconscionable to think that we should even have this in this country. And I talked to a homeless man that was outside here for 2 hours, right outside the city council, and he was telling me how these places that have shelters here get $89 from the state to house these people. They have to be there from 9 o'clock at night, they have to check in at 9, and they have to get out at 6. When it's below freezing in the morning, where the heck do you go at 6 o'clock in the morning? If you don't get exposure at night, you're going to get it in the morning. And it amazes me that this is even happening, and these people should be allowed to sleep in their cars, because I don't think you want to be stepping over dead bodies either. And it is amazing to me, because how this could even happen in this country. You know that old saying, there's a poem, it says, when they came for the so-and-sos, I did nothing, and then, when they came for this or that, when they came for the Jews, I did nothing, and they came for me, there was no one left. This is what's happening, because if you look up on YouTube, there's a pastor that says 10 things the elitists are planning to do in the next 4 years. And this is one of them, because they're having forced all of this stuff with this Agenda 21 and the New World Order. They're taxing people to death so they can't afford anything. And when they can't afford to feed their families, they're going to have to give up their mortgages. And a lot of people there's going to be more homeless than you've ever seen in the next year or two. And you should listen to this man. This is a pastor that has a radio show.
Eddie Keating.
Hello. I'm here to say thank you. It feels really good to have this issue come to a point where I can say thank you. I think having the stay for up to a year is an excellent idea. I'm sure that there are many considerations you have for considering that stay, and I just want to let you know, and the letters you've received let you know, that many members of the community appreciate your willingness to keep this open for up to a year. And there will be a need for finding a solution so that we aren't in the same place at some future point in time. And many people are already talking about what possible solutions could be. We don't want to come back to you too soon with a solution or solutions that are premature, or too late with solutions that are not formed when we need to have solutions. And I assure you that many of us are talking with a wide range of people, because there are many considerations, but among them are cost-effective and acceptable to the community, broadly to the community, and also effective. Just something that will have all parts of our community feel that there is a place for them here. And I am truly confident that we will find that solution, and people are already having the conversations, and we will be back. Thank you.
Thank you. And now if we could vote on the consent calendar.
You need to do 3 minutes with Pat.
Oh, with who? Sorry. Oh, if anyone wants to take it off? Okay. We've already done that. But I can do it again. Okay, Councilmember Schmidt.
A no vote on number 7.
All right.
I think the question was it not to see if there was a change of consideration. So I'll move to pull item number 7. Greg.
And that fails for a lack of a third.
Okay, I'll register a no vote on number 7 then.
Okay. Did you wish to speak to your no vote right after we vote?
Yes.
Okay. And the consent calendar passes unanimously. And now, Councilmember Holman, you'd like to speak. You have 3 minutes to speak on your no vote.
I won't take 3 minutes, but I look at the staff report, and just for practical purposes, I did meet with the applicant and spoke on the phone with the appellant prior to reading the staff report. 636 Waverly, I think, is different than 240 Hamilton in that it's in the middle of the block, and because of its design, And this is not about traditional or modern. It's not about that at all. It's about compatible design. And that's what I refer to when I say design. Because of its not being compatible, and I do appreciate the changes that Mr. Kleinman made in response to ARB comments, but I just don't find it to be compatible. I can't make the findings. I don't see how this building responds to the degree of finesse and fenestration that any of the buildings on that block have, the possible exception being the multifamily townhomes at the corner of on the south end of the block. But even there, it has much more finer grained fenestration. Questions I had asked of staff were how in the future, if this project was approved and then there's a project that comes forward at, I guess it would be 640 or 638 Waverly, what would be used for compatibility? The yellow historic house next door to it on its left, or 636 Waverly on its right, and the response was that both would be used for compatibility. And I find that a physical, virtual impossibility because there's not a compatibility component to 636 Waverly. So I find that to be a virtual impossibility. I also asked about the how this addresses the the compatibility standards brought forward from SOFA 2. And I was referring to the questions from last week's 240 Hamilton appeal and the SOFA 2 compatibility standards that had come forward into the rest of code. I know that very clearly this is not in SOFA 2. That's what I was referencing, and the staff did not respond to that in that context. The other thing was I asked about, I just said, well, the question was, while guidelines are not required such as standards are, what use do staff and ARB make of them in consideration and utilization when reviewing projects? The staff response was the Downtown Urban Design Guide is not used because the site falls outside the applicable boundaries. Well, if you look at packet page 153 and packet page 154, context-based design criteria and Downtown Urban Design Guide are absolutely referenced here. And it says, in addition, since the project is located in the Downtown Urban Design Guide helps guide development. And then it says the guide is advisory, not mandatory. On the next page, it says, anyway, the staff report itself refers to the Downtown Urban Design Guide, but then tells me in response to my question that it isn't applicable.
Thank you, Councilmember Holman. Councilmember Schmidt.
I was struck by the comments of Board Member Liu. He raised compatibility as a serious issue. He said that this is a transitional zone between downtown and residential areas. He added, our zoning doesn't speak clearly to the special issues of transitional zones. I took this comment to be a plea for the council to provide guidelines or at least feedback to the ARB, helping with their assessment on how to deal with projects in transitional zones. I'm sorry that we as the council are not using this opportunity.
Thank you, Councilmember Schmidt. And now if we could move on to item 10, which is the first item we'll take up. Do we have a staff report?
I believe we have a brief presentation to orient the council and the community and just try to get you on the same page here. How long do you think this will take, Aaron?
Probably a minute or two.
A couple minutes presentation.
So while we do that, why don't we do the council disclosures while we wait for the staff report? Councilmember Berman.
Yep. I met with both the applicant and the appellant.
All right. Councilmember Shepherd.
I met with the applicant and the appellant, and there's no new information that I have today from my meetings with them.
Councilmember Burt.
And I met with both the applicant and one of the appellants.
Councilmember Klein.
I have met with the applicant. No new information.
Councilmember Schmidt.
I met with the applicant and with several neighbors.
Councilmember Niss.
I met with the applicant and with somebody on behalf of the appellant.
Councilmember Holman.
I met with the applicant and spoke with 2 appellants and a member of the public, about all of that prior to reading the staff report. And the one thing, as I understood it, that I learned that isn't in the staff report is that the banner sign was not installed, and I'm sure somebody will correct that if I misunderstood.
Councilmember Price.
I also met with the applicant, and I met with a member of the community who agreed with the appellant's comments and filing.
And I spoke with the applicant and spoke briefly with the appellant, or one of the appellants.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yes.
So part of the point of the disclosures is for council members to disclose any new items that they learned in their contacts that are outside the record. So I think it would be important to state that those who didn't specifically identify that item did not learn anything new, and if that's not correct, council members should speak up now.
Okay, I'm looking for lights. Councilmember Berman.
I did not learn anything new in either my meeting with the applicant or one of the appellants.
Councilmember Niss.
Nothing new.
Councilmember Schmidt.
I learned that someone could drive from the southern end of Palo Alto to the north end of Palo Alto along Alma and not see such a sign.
I didn't learn anything new either. Councilmember Price.
I also didn't learn anything new. Thank you.
Okay, ready for staff presentation?
Thank you and good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. We won't go into many greater details within the staff report in this oral presentation. We'll be brief. As the Council knows, Alma Village is a planned community, and as a planned community, there's site-specific zoning. There's also a requirement for a site and design application, as well, in this case, a master sign program. All of those went through the approval process. Included in the site design as well as the planned community was a basic outline of how large the signs would be. The sign showed on the original sign design application a fabric projecting sign of approximately 104 square feet. That was recommended for approval by the ARB and approved by the planning director. Subsequent to that happening, as Councilmember Holman noted, that projecting sign was not installed because of the real estate signage that was still on the building at that time. Unfortunately, when Mickey's went out of business, they did not have a chance to actually put up that sign before they went out of business. After that, the property owner looked for a new tenant. Grocery Outlet was selected as the new tenant. As part of their requirements as a business, they requested that the fabric sign be changed from the fabric sign to a slightly smaller illuminated cabinet sign. What's important to note about this cabinet sign, it's not completely illuminated in that the entire cabinet be illuminated. It's actually just the letters themselves. There's also timing requirements on it, so it cannot go over, cannot be beyond past 10 p.m. per our municipal code, so that would be applied as well. Once again, this went to the Architecture Review Board with a recommendation for approval. The ARB recommended approval, and the Planning Director did approve this. The findings are within the staff report itself, and the sign itself is smaller than the original projected fabric sign that was approved as the overall site and design application.
And that concludes the staff report?
Correct, and we're available
I actually did remember that I did learn something from the applicant that I think I should disclose. What I learned from the applicant is I asked him if there were any other grocery stores that had an interest in this. And he went through a list of like 60 people over the phone with me that he'd talked to, and that no one had an interest besides the current one. And I don't think that's in the staff report, and that does influence my thoughts on this. Okay, so now we'll go out to the appellant, and the appellant will have 10 minutes. And then after everyone else speaks, the appellant will have another 3 minutes for rebuttal. And we are opening the public hearing.
So this will be 10 minutes total, not 3 minutes each, is that correct? There are 3 of us that will be...
That is correct.
Okay, we've heard different things tonight, so I'm a little confused.
That is correct. 10 minutes.
Okay. As you know, excuse me.
And then you'll have 3 minutes at the end to come back.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I know what procedure we're under. Okay. I apologize. I've been fighting a nasty bug for the last several days. So I'm Sherry Furman. Good evening, Mayor Scharf and council members. I am one of many appellants. That word. I'm not the only one here. So let me be perfectly clear that this appeal is about one thing only: the massively oversized blade sign. It is not about opposing grocery outlet as a usage. It is not about grocery outlets solving the pressing social problem of a lack of affordable grocery stores. It is not about grocery outlet at all. It is about signage that grossly exceeds what is allowed. We are not even objecting to the sign itself, but to its size. About Alma Village's entitlement history. The project's master sign program specified a 100-square-foot banner. There is no entitlement for the proposed projecting sign. Hence, an ARB hearing was required because, as the staff report points out, the sign exceeds all of the sign ordinance limits, and we are protesting that excess. The staff report states that the granting of the sign exception would potentially improve the success of a grocery store where one had already failed. Please do not assume that Mickey's failed because of a lack of a 26-foot sign. Many other factors were involved. Excuse me. Staff also states that the sign provides visual interest and serves to break up what would otherwise be substantial massing at the back of the sidewalk, and that the sign's 91 square feet is only a small portion of the building's nearly 7,000 square foot Alma Street facade. So are we now planning to use a massive sign to compensate for a massive facade? As to our filing so late in the process, the only notice neighbors received about the ARB hearings was for the one held on November 7th. Several people contacted me with their concerns, and after researching the issue, we filed our appeal as soon as possible thereafter. I was out of the country in October, and I admit that, like most people, I do not read every agenda of every commission to see if I need to take action. It's also difficult for people who work to attend morning ARB meetings. We filed in the allowable time, as is our right. We stand by the objections stated in our appeal and do not believe that staff has sufficiently countered our arguments.
Excuse me, Tom DuBois. I'd like to quickly address 3 factors in a little more depth. One is whether this is an extraordinary circumstance by comparing it to other similar locations. 2, the precedent that the sign sets, and 3, detrimental effect of property in the vicinity. So as Sherry said, this illuminated sign is unique in mass and height. It's projecting 30 feet high into the sky. It's 8 foot off the ground, and it's 26 feet long. 91 square feet, illuminated directly over a sidewalk with no feedback. You can see what's allowed there: 3 square feet, 12 feet in height, no projection over sidewalk. And the conditions to allow for an exception are extraordinary circumstances to prevent unreasonable hardship on a property owner and not being detrimental to other property. And as Sherry said, we don't feel those requirements are met. So one of the conditions for exception was extraordinary circumstances. And the report mentioned that Starbucks was allowed a similar illuminated sign. This is the projecting sign that's on the building today, which we feel falls into the 3 square feet. It's not really objectionable at all. As Greg said, if you go all the way down the length of Alma, there's really no other similar situation, the closest being North Face, which has several banner signs. And the point here is a banner sign is not the same as a metal projected sign that's illuminated. The rest of Alma is pretty residential, with a lot of trees. If you go down El Camino Real even, there's not really a similar sign to this. So is this necessary to prevent hardship of the property there? And we argue that it's not. We looked at other retail locations around the city. This is California Avenue. Probably the largest sign there is Zombie Runner, which is kind of grandfathered in as part of the old theater. Here's Whole Foods with no blade sign. This is Piazza's, which does have a sign shared by several businesses. It's Town and Country, pretty small sign. Stanford Mall is a very small sign. The Safeway itself, you can see that arrow, that's the projecting sign for Safeway nearby. So we also looked at grocery outlets, the closest ones. The closest one's in Redwood City. If you go around this store, there's no projection blade sign at all. Other grocery outlets nearby, there's one at Fremont with a pretty small sign. San Jose. This is in Hayward. There is one store in San Jose that has a fairly large-ish sign, but it's still lower than the 34 feet of the sign proposed for Palo Alto. Finally, we think this is a precedent, and it's a bad precedent. Palo Alto is really a city of small signs. Small signs work when everybody has them. But once you start to have large signs, I think you're going to kick off an arms race. You know, if I owned a store and I saw a large sign, I would definitely want one too. Finally, there's the question of being detrimental to neighboring property. You know, the sign does extend 10 feet over the roof line, so it would be considered a roof sign, and potentially for the people in the apartments above it. But if you go over on Park Boulevard, you can actually see the sign from there, an illuminated sign. It's actually going to appear in their backyards and their kitchen windows. I didn't see anything in the ARB minutes to talk about single-family homes directly across the tracks from the store.
We appreciate that a retail business needs to attract customers, but we oppose this bloated freeway-size sign and do not consider it appropriate for what the comp plan has designated as a neighborhood center. The proposed blade sign is greatly in excess of the municipal code and does not enhance the site nor fit in with the residential surroundings. It violates the sign ordinance in the following ways. No sign is permitted above the sidewalk without a covering. Looking at the chart, this is a gigantic metal sign 8 feet above the sidewalk, and directly, you can see me in the picture way up there. And I'm standing with my arms outstretched, and you can get a good idea of how high it is. 2, no sign is permitted to extend beyond the roof line. This sign goes 10 feet above the root line, and you can see how far it extends in this picture as well. Maximum size of a sign is 3 square feet. You can see the allowed sign, white sign here. This proposed sign is 91 square feet, 30 times the allowed amount. This is a characterization of that teeny little sign on the bottom that says Bargain Outlet. The other thing is that, as far as the code, is projecting signs are only allowed to be 12 feet in height. This sign is 26 feet in height, double what the height is allowed. It's actually, since this box is mounted 8 feet off the ground, the height of this whole sign, 26 feet, the top is 34 feet high, which goes beyond the height of the chamber council conference room here. Do not make a decision by comparing this illuminated sign size and shape to a banner which flaps. Look how thick it is. Heavy sign. But compare it instead to what is permitted by Palo Alto zoning. In conclusion, this gigantic sign should not be granted an exception. It's larger than anything anywhere in Palo Alto. It violates the sign ordinance in the 4 ways we described. It is not appropriate for what the comp plan designates as a neighborhood center. There are no exceptional circumstances. It's all in the eye of the beholder. It is not needed to protect undue hardship. It does impact the neighborhood. As I said earlier today, we all love a bargain. Word will travel fast where this market is. It's on a bike route, a school route, and next to a bus stop. By making this small decision to uphold this tiny little appeal, which is just the size of the sign, not the function of the store, just the sign, it's an opportunity for you to show that you are responsive to resident concerns. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And now we'll have the applicant, 10 minutes.
Hi, I'm John McNellis. I won't need more than 30 seconds. I'd like to thank the staff and the ARB for approving this and working with us on this. They pointed out that the sign that we've had long approved, the banner sign, was a little bit more than 100 feet in size. What we're asking for is 92 square feet, more than 10% less. There is a hardship here, and everyone in this room knows it. The appellants were there. The hardship is we have had 3 markets, Lucky's, Albertsons, and Mickey's, fail at this location. That signage was part of the package in 2007. It's been part of the package the whole time. As the mayor pointed out, I have literally, quite literally, gone from A to Z. I've spoken from every market, from Andronico's to Zanotto's. I have no other market. I guarantee that if this sign is turned down, that I will be back here again, because we will not have another market. I'd be very happy to answer questions, and I would like to reserve my other balance of my time until we get through the public portion of the hearing. Happy to answer questions now, or I can wait.
So why don't we go into the public, and then we can come back.
Thank you.
All right. Our first speaker is Mark Drayson, to be followed by Sherry Furman. Oh, Sherry, sorry. Sherry's already spoken.
I'll wait until there's any questions. I have nothing to present.
Okay. And who are you?
I'm Mark Drayson with Grocery Outlet.
Oh, with Mark Drayson with Grocery Outlet. Okay. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it. Bob Moss, to be followed by Joe Hirsch. Oh, could you put him on Mark Drayson?
Yeah, I'm going to just...
Thank you, Mayor Scharf and council members. I think the staff report on this project is bizarre. It says that it meets the sign ordinance, but it doesn't comply with the sign ordinance. In response to a question from Councilmember Coleman, who asked, how does it comply with the various requirements? Staff came up with a table, and 4 out of the 6 requirements required an exception. If you require an exception, you do not comply. It is not necessary to have a sign of this magnitude on this building, on this location. A sign that is proposed that goes above the roof line would be rejected on El Camino, which is a far busier commercial street than Alma. So approving one that goes above the roof line on Alma is completely inappropriate. Second, the idea that you have to have a sign that's this big and this ugly for people to find the building is absurd. As you saw in the pictures which were displayed, none of the other grocery outlets have these kinds of blade signs or signs that rise above the building. This is a very bad precedent. Now, Palo Alto has a long history of requiring businesses who move into town to comply with the city's requirements and the city's sign ordinance. Let me give you a couple of examples. I'm sure you've all seen the McDonald's on El Camino near Page Mill. Are you aware of the fact that that was the very first McDonald's where a city prohibited the golden arches? Because they didn't fit Palo Alto, and the city council and the staff said the arches were ugly. Another one example. The bank at the corner of El Camino in California, when it was first proposed, now it's a city bank, but it was a local bank from San Francisco, it had a very big, ugly, garish ATM on the wall. And the city council and the staff rejected it, saying that it did not comply with the city sign ordinance or with what they wanted to have on buildings in Palo Alto. And the CEO of the bank came down and complained at the city hall, and the council was very polite and voted unanimously to reject the sign and the ATM sign. I hope you'll do the same thing on this. Uphold Palo Alto's precedent and desire for attractive, not ugly, developments.
Joe Hirsch, to be followed by Harold Justman.
The proposed sign is a projecting sign under the sign chapter of the municipal code and a blade sign as conventionally defined. Here are the results you'll see in the pictures I've sent around to you of driving surveys I took twice on Alma and El Camino Real between Menlo Park on the north and Mountain View on the south. There are very few blade signs on either street. There are only 3 on all of Alma, 1 at Starbucks at Alma Village, roughly 7 square feet, and 2 at North Face, each roughly 23 square feet. There is 1 at Lux at El Camino and Park Avenue, which is roughly 5 square feet, 1 for Craft Furniture at El Camino and Matadero, roughly 15 square feet, and 1 for Hobie's south of Arastradero, which is roughly 6 square feet. So bottom line, there are very few blade signs. They are all small. None are very high, none seem to be illuminated, and none extend above the roof line of the building to which they are attached. Excuse me. Applicant has proposed what really is a combination of 2 blade signs totaling 91 square feet. 1 is rectangular and 1 is rather tall and of regular shape. That is 4 times larger than the North Fade blade signs on Alma. It is more than twice as high as the 12 feet permitted under the sign ordinance and 30 times larger than the 3 square feet permitted by the sign ordinance. Is a large sign needed by grocery outlet? The wall facing Alma and southerly facing wall will have a non-blade sign, wall signs if you will, attached to them as Mickey's does now. The northerly facing wall will have or could have a non-blade wall sign attached to it, facing for people coming south on Alma. The grocery outlet is not vying for attention in competition with other stores in the immediate vicinity. For that matter, there are none except Starbucks within miles in either direction. Applicant does not meet the 3 requirements in the section 16.20.040 to warrant exceptions to the sign ordinance. This building and any occupant in it is seen by all. Everyone knew where Mickey's was. Most people, including council members, agree that the siting of Mickey's building so close to the street has been a big mistake. Please do not compound that mistake by making another one that permits an unacceptably large sign well in excess of what is permitted under the sign ordinance to be attached to the building. Let's not set a precedent that might cause Alma, El Camino, and other commercial areas in Palo Alto to look like automobile rows everywhere with overly large, unattractive, and quite frankly, bottom line, unnecessary signs. I urge you to approve the appeal, thus denying the applicant the right to attach such an overly large sign to the front wall of the grocery outlet building. Thank you.
Harold Justman, to be followed by Josh Walker.
Good evening, Mayor Scharf and honorable council members. I came to speak on item 7, but I was asked by Mr. McNellis to speak on item 10. What I have to say on item 10 is similar to what I was going to say on item 7, and that is that beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And I'm not familiar with the technical issues regarding this sign, whether or not it violates any city ordinances, but on the issue of beauty, I think the ARB is the appropriate body to make that determination, and I don't think if there's going to be a beauty contest that the city council should engage in that process, and that the city council should defer to the ARB. Thank you.
Josh Walker, to be followed by Trina Leverchek.
Hi, good evening. My name is Josh Walker. I work at the Palo Alto Housing Corporation. I'm up here tonight because I think instead of talking about architecture, we need to focus on the broader picture, and that is the need for this type of a discount grocer in Palo Alto. As the petitioners mentioned earlier this evening, the nearest discount grocery store is in Redwood City. Palo Alto Housing Corp., and there are many other affordable housing providers in the city, but we have over 2,500 residents at our properties, and this is exactly the type of grocery store that we need to see in our community for them to have as an option. So I thank you for your time, and I ask you to please reject this appeal.
Trina Leverchek to be followed by Herb Barak.
Good evening again, Mayor Scharf and council members. I'm Trina Leverchek, live in Barron Park. I'm here to ask you to approve the signage. Discussions about Alma Plaza and then Alma Village, as it's been known lately, seem to have been going on forever and ever. I've been involved and conscious and aware of this location for many years. First Lucky's was there, then it was Albertsons, and then Mickey's. It's time that we had a grocery store there that is affordable, not just for the low-income residents, but maybe for all of us. Mickey's didn't fail because of signage, or that it was too close to the street, or that people didn't know it was there. Many people didn't know it was there. There are other reasons that it failed. My understanding is that this is the same size sign that was previously approved. And if we want to have a successful business there, maybe it's time to make sure that people do know that it's there. So perhaps it's time to have a sign that alerts people to the fact that it's there. I don't think approving this sign is going to be the demise of Palo Alto as we know it. Thank you.
Thank you. Herb Barak to be followed by Lynn Chapella.
Mayor Scharf and council members, I had a conversation within the past week with a member of the Architectural Review Board who led me to believe that when you have contested appeals on your consent calendar, that sometimes council members contact the board members individually for comments. And it occurred to me that I've never heard any disclosures about council members talking to board members or commission members about any particular projects. I don't know if that's happened on this one, but if it has, I believe it's appropriate and required to make those disclosures. And I don't see any reason for me to repeat these comments on each new appeal contest that comes before you. But since I was led to believe that those kinds of communications occur and I've never heard them disclosed, I would request that they be disclosed. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Chapella.
Good evening, council members. I do want to correct the record a little bit. I recall Lucky's very well since I used to shop there at Alma Plaza. If you recall, a few of you may recall that, it's been quite a while, that store was set back hundreds of feet from the street. Everybody knew where it was, and it was a highly successful store. That store was one of the best stores in the Lucky chain. And Lucky's brought their staff down to Palo Alto to the planning department when I just happened to be there. And it was a show store because it had the most sales per square foot of any store in the Lucky's chain. So, and that was several hundred feet from there. Everybody knows where it is because it was a bargain. The prices were good. People thought the quality was fine, and it was a very successful store. The Alma project, which a few of you may recall, denied access basically to that whole complex, and it went out of business. That has nothing to do with the success of Lucky's. The price was right, everybody went there, everybody knew where it was, and Grocery Outlet will have that kind of success as well, with or without a sign. Mickey's had a different kind of a problem. I also shopped at Mickey's. It was very expensive. And I went there for special things. I didn't do my everyday shopping there. And I didn't see people walking from the homes over there either as a neighborhood shopping center. So we have a bit of a conflict. You've given the developer all these rights, pushed a huge building onto the street, and now he needs more exceptions to make the conditions work. You gave him all of that. The sidewalk is narrow. The sidewalk is not really safe for a bike. It's not very safe for bikes and pedestrians, and it certainly isn't safe if you're handicapped. And now to correct all these problems, we would like to put up a 2.5-story sign that you can see from miles away. This is going to drown out all of the nicer places around it. It's a residential neighborhood. This is really inappropriate to put this kind of signage there. I do not find it of high quality, aesthetically pleasing, and I don't think it meets any of our requirements and is unnecessary in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the appellant will have 3 minutes.
Well, before I start, let me clarify the process here. I thought it was me, the applicant, or the appellant, the applicant, the appellant. And yet, as I've heard it, Mr. McNellis and Grocery Outlet are going to get to speak after me. Is that correct?
That is the correct approach, right? Yeah, that's my understanding of it.
And I will have no rebuttal to that.
That's my understanding. My understanding is that's the process we always use.
Standard approach.
That's the standard process, and it's the way we do it.
Okay, so
I'm not changing the process. I just want to be clear
all
on
right,
that.
so I don't even know what Grocery Outlet's going to say about their need for the sign to be able to talk about it, you know. So I object, let me say to that. So I'll just make a couple points here. So is it simply coincidence that Grocery Outlet requires a sign of exactly the same size as the previous banner? None of their other stores require such huge signage. So to say that Grocery Outlet won't move in without this sign is frankly more than coercion. I don't like the implication, and neither should you. We said we don't object to the store or a sign, simply the size of the sign. A banner is not a blade sign. They are two different things. People didn't like the banner particularly, but this did go through a hearing for a sign, and we have the right to object to it. And beauty isn't an issue. It has nothing to do with how pretty the sign is. Again, it's the size. It's the size. Look up there. This is the sign you're going to see. Regardless of what happened in the past, as council, you have the discretion to make decisions going forward. As I said, we do not object to the sign, but to its excessive size. Compromise is always an option. We should look at what is the best we can work out to benefit both the retail and the residents. So I ask you to uphold the appeal. Let's go back to the ARB and work out something that is more compatible in size for the area that will still provide visibility for the store and yet not so overwhelm the surrounding area with its size. Thank you.
Thank you. And now the applicant.
Again, I'd just like to thank you. I would point out that there isn't a situation here with this sign. I think everybody knows it. It's the train tracks across the street, and there's a 2-story hedge. There are no houses that would be affected by this sign. I would like to just tell you that I'm happy to answer any questions at this point. This has gone on. I think everybody understands the issue. I think this is a situation that, for better or worse, we, the city, have put ourselves into. There is a requirement that I have a market in this location, and the market has told you that it will not proceed in this case without this signage, and this is our only market. Happy to answer any questions. And Mark Drayson from Grocery Outlet is here, and he will happily answer any of your questions as well.
Thank you. Now we close the public hearing, and we return to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Niss.
I think I will get to a motion, but I'd really like to talk to the man from Grocery Outlet. Do you remember his name?
Mark Drayson.
Welcome, Mr. Drayson.
Welcome. Thank you very much, Mayor and Vice Mayor. I'm Mark Drayson with Grocery Outlet. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak and to hear the citizens express themselves, which we love to get input. We have studied this location for a long time, and we understand that Mickey's failed for a number of reasons, of course, but one of the reasons we believe, in our opinion, is signage. And if you look at that picture there on the left, I think it tells the story very clearly. You cannot even read the sign that's there driving down the street, and that's the issue. So it is our opinion that we need better signage than what Mickey's had. Happens to be a little bit smaller. We think it will be very effective. And in our opinion, we believe that our submittal, our proposal, is the minimum sign requirement for success at that location. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, of course, from anybody.
I'll just continue on.
So, I was going to let each person call him up, but I think we're just going to, if anyone wants to call him up when they speak, I think that's, but if your council's preference would be to ask him all the questions they had right now, I'd be happy to do that too. So why don't you continue, and then other people can ask the questions.
I'm going
if they
to
want.
move forward with a motion on this, which is to deny the appeal, and if there's a second to that, then I would like to continue.
And that's seconded by Councilmember Klein. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. I wasn't here when the negotiations were going on. Thank you. Thank you. There may be other questions for you, but they'll come from other members. This was originally being negotiated. And I, too, I just heard our resident who spoke. I shopped at the old Lucky's all the time. There was absolutely no question. I think, though, that was an area that really had fallen into decay. I've lived here a very long time. I drive Alma all the time, and I would say there was really no question about that. My understanding is that the neighborhood in that area particularly wants a grocery store. I'd like to see a grocery store there as well. Alma is very handy for me, very handy to stop by. It's on one of my back and forth routes on a regular basis. There's been some reference to that would be the only sign on Alma of its type. As I look at it, if you go from the Cal's train station at San Antonio to Ace Hardware, it's 4.5 miles. So if I were trying to find Grocery Outlet and I were from out of town, I frankly would be delighted that there was a sign that I could see. I anticipate from what I hear that people will come from a long way to get to the Grocery Outlet. I would confess, I've never been to a Grocery Outlet. I know nothing about it. This is not a plug for the Grocery Outlet. I don't know anything about it. But I do know that we've had a number of complaints in our community about the high price of groceries. Whether you're at Piazzas or whether you're at Whole Foods, that's a consistent theme. Now, clearly enough people can afford to shop there. They're not empty stores. But I do think there's a real need in our community. And the man who spoke from the Housing Corp earlier said, we have people who really want to shop there. So I'll take a little longer and tell you an actual anecdotal piece of my visit recently to Alma Plaza. We wanted to see the below moderate housing that was there. And so we were able to speak to some of the residents about what it is like living over Mickey's Market in this case. You may have noticed if you've gone by it lately, as one of the women described it, it's kind of a ghost village, and said even though they loved Mickey's Market, they couldn't afford it. If you live in BMR housing, the chances are good you can't afford it. I don't know why Grocery Outlet feels so strongly about the sign, but it's quite clear to me that they do, and it's also quite clear that Mr. McNellis, as he has said, has scoured the countryside for a grocery store that was willing to go into this. This is a very small store by the current standards. And I think I'm correct at 15,000 square feet, looking down below. 15,000 is sort of like a 7-Eleven. I think it's 15. Okay. And as a result, it's tough to get somebody to go in there and be able to survive. So I have a feeling if we were putting a 7-Eleven there, I'd even hear more complaints from the community about that. So I move this reluctantly because I heard from lots of you tonight that I know well. You have lobbied me wherever I was, sometimes when I've been in the grocery store. So I understand the strong feelings about having a sign, but at the same time, there have been really strong feelings in this neighborhood about being able to walk to a grocery store. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt. Oh, sorry, I must speak. Councilmember Klein.
I agree with the statements that Councilmember Niss has made. I would add only a very few points. I'm not going to get into the tangled history of Lucky's, Albertsons, and Mickey's as to why each and every one of them failed, or certainly not there anymore. But that, I think, is a background that all three of them, for one reason or another, did not want to be there anymore. And I think that we have to go the extra few square feet to give this new store a chance to succeed. Now, whether signage is key or not is hard to say. I know from as one who drives Alma frequently as well, that it's different street than the other ones that we saw pictures of. We have designed Alma so that it has comparatively few traffic lights on it. People drive, I drive, all of us drive faster on Alma than we do on El Camino. Indeed, that's why we go on Alma, because you can get from one place to another, north to south in our town, most quickly on Alma, far better than El Camino or Middlefield or even the freeway on many days. Which makes it harder to read the signs. And I think somebody, particularly coming south on Alma, who is not really familiar with where you have to turn, will really welcome that sign. And I think that it's therefore appropriate, smaller than what we approved before. All those things have already been said. So I will stop there and urge a yes vote for my colleagues.
Councilmember Burt.
First question for staff. Aaron, how much above the height of the building is this sign?
It's 10 feet above the immediate roof line there.
Thank you. And I have a question for Mr. Drayson. So I appreciate that your particular type of store at this particular location needs stronger signage than what we have generally approved in this community. And so I think that also that, as you've heard tonight, we have a lot of members of the community who, even though they are either supportive or at worst receptive to your store there, and I frankly think that it will create a valuable balance in the community, fulfilling a need similar, as some of my colleagues have said, to what Lucky's once filled there, which was an affordable supermarket in our community. So I think it will provide a valuable function for our community. But you've heard that there really are concerns on this. You would have, if this sign went as tall as your building, you would have the largest signage, certainly along Alma, and I think perhaps largest in the community. And if you were willing to accept something like that, I think that you would build goodwill in the community by doing so. So I'm wanting to ask you, would you be willing to accept something less than what is proposed in the neighborhood of the height of the building or thereabouts as a compromise solution on this?
Well, thank you very much. A very interesting suggestion. We have studied that. We've actually had quite a few meetings with the very professional staff at ARB and our sign people who are here in attendance tonight. And we have actually redesigned it several times to come to this conclusion where we are here tonight. What design has been approved by the ARB, as you have heard. So, as I mentioned before, it is our opinion, our considered opinion, right or wrong, that we feel that this is the minimum sign schematic that would be beneficial for success for our store.
All right, thank you for your answer.
Yes, sir, thank you.
So then just on comments, I wish that wasn't the answer. And I won't go through the entire history of this project, but I will briefly say something because I probably have the longest history with this particular project development. I was on the Planning Commission. My first evening on the Planning Commission 15 years ago was the redo of this store, 45,000 square feet. It had been toned down from, I think, a 60,000 square foot proposal. I found that contrary to the comprehensive plan. We negotiated over this over several years. We finally got a development that was consistent with the comprehensive plan. I think it was either a 27 or 29,000 square foot store with mixed use at the site, retained small retail. It was really a good project and well designed. We had neighborhood opposition to that, which led to it becoming incorporated in the Charleston Road moratorium. And partly as a result of that, that project was never built, and this came back. I opposed this project when I was on Planning Commission, and nevertheless, this is what is built today. So we're faced not with any ability to redo or undo the past, things that I objected to at the time. It's how do we make something that is moderately successful at this site. And we often hear that pursuit of the perfect is the enemy of the good. We're faced with a situation here that isn't ideal. I think we've dummied it down so that we now have pursuit of the good is the enemy of the mediocre. And I don't want to see another failure at this site. I don't think this whole PC development at this site was the best design, but it's built, and we need to get past that. And it comes down to a fundamental issue of, is this significant, signage significant to assuring that a store there will be successful? And is it a substantial detriment to the neighborhood and the community to have that signage? And as much as I would prefer a different sign, if each of us got to make our unilateral decisions of, well, I get to pick what I'm going to vote on and all my colleagues get to pick what they want to vote on. That's not what is before us. As you come to understand the process, we basically have an up or down on whether we're going to have this sign or return it. And I reluctantly agree that we would jeopardize having the store here if we didn't approve this sign. So I will reluctantly support the motion that's on the floor and go forward with the best that we can make out of what we have.
Vice Mayor Shepherd.
Thank you. And first off, I want to thank you, John, for finding somebody to do the grocery store. I was just at a Christmas holiday party last week, and I learned that our seniors, she did driving for Avenidas, you know, when you live in your home and you take them to the grocery store. There's no grocery store in Palo Alto that she takes them to anymore because it's too expensive for them. So I'm hoping that maybe we will have a shorter drive for some of our seniors that have fixed incomes. I am going to be supporting, supporting the motion. Let's put it that way. But I do want to just ask a couple questions so I get some clarity here, because we are going through a rash of appeals. So I have a question for the appellant, Sherry. I'll ask it while you walk up. And I wanted to understand, I know you said you're out of the country, but I noticed that this appeal came in on the exact last day, and when I read the minutes to the ARB, there was nobody making a comment. And what concerns me about this, it concerns me that you said you didn't get the notice for October, so I was going to ask staff if it was properly noticed as well. When I watch the ARB work, and when there is conversation from people who are unhappy with the proposal, it really helps their work when they hear that during that process, so we don't have to do a do-over. And I've also noticed that when things come to dais, there's not a lot of do-overs at dais either. It's either it comes, it's a long process to get here. So you did mention that there were people in the audience at ARB, but I didn't notice it in the minutes. So did nobody speak on this during that processing period of the application?
I don't believe so. As I mentioned in when I was talking to you earlier, the ARB meets at, 8:30 in the morning.
But
people
you said
work.
right, you said people were there from the neighborhood that were watching the meeting. Is that correct?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, I
I
misunderstood you.
said they were noticed. That was the only time they were noticed,
Okay.
and only people very close to there. Now, I live a long way from there, so
Right.
unless I cover every minute, this is something that, we've mentioned to Hillary, that the neighborhood leaders need to be noticed when things that are going to impact something in their neighborhood comes about, so that we don't have to do this at the last minute.
I misunderstood. I thought I heard you say that you had
No, I
people
think
in the audience, but they didn't. But I didn't see anybody speaking.
No, I
and
think they
so-
got noticed probably almost at the last minute, as we tend to do sometimes here.
Mm-hmm.
And then because of when the ARB meets, again, it's during
Sure.
working hours
Sure.
for most people.
Okay.
So
All right.
they contacted me, and hence I felt on behalf of a lot of people.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That explains why there was no comments during the process, which I really do encourage people, if you want to really make a difference working with our commissioners, because that is our process. Council will not talk to the applicants until after it clears the commission process, because we don't want the applicant to find their votes up here and then violate the opportunity that our commissioners have to try to modify a project. So I wanted to understand a little more clearly the linkage between how you explained the sign exemption and master sign program, and if it's tied to the PC. So how out of compliance with the PC is it? I mean, do we really have a big exception here, I guess is the question, except from canvas to, I don't know what you call this, monument signage, I guess. What was originally approved for the signage here? Could it have been this then? We just had to go through the actual ARB to get the design right. I just want to understand what.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
I hope that's clear enough.
No,
for you.
I hear you. So the plan community basically sets the general parameters for what will happen for future review process. The site design application was one of the reviews that has to go through. That required a master sign program, which was approved by the ARB. That master sign program showed an over 100 square foot sign there. When they changed the materials, we put that back on an ARB to say, hey, is this still consistent with the master sign program? And the ARB made that finding through the sign exception process.
All right. So So is this considered a precedent then, or somebody said that this might be a precedent? Is this a precedent then that this is how things are going to? This is novel. I guess precedent means
Correct. So I'll answer that with 2 points. The first point is going through a sign exception process is not breaking the law or breaking the municipal code. The sign exception process is specifically there to take unique examples and take them through the process and determine that concrete findings can be made. And those findings are made on a case-by-case basis. They're not set on precedent. So when you go through, if someone else wanted to propose a sign that was 105 square feet, 95 square feet, or 75 square feet, they would have to go through the same process, and findings would have to be made.
Thank you. And then my final question before I make comments is, say, sadly, this doesn't work with this grocer, does that then mean that the building owner can go and just remove and replace this signage and keep the same blade, the same size and everything, but just with new signage for another tenant? Let's pretend another grocer comes in or something, or do they go through this process again, or how does this work? Is it specific just to this tenant, or does this mean
Correct. This lettering is specific to this tenant. So they
Okay.
would have to have some type of additional review process.
for another
Correct.
tenant? They would come through. Okay, so that means that this is for today, this Mr. Drayson back here, and that's what we're doing tonight?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Then I'm going to go ahead and make some comments. First off, this is 15,000 square foot grocery. I know Fresh Market is 20,000 square feet.
Correct.
We're starting to see a predicament in Palo Alto where we've decided to go back, and I think this was tied into that period of moratorium on this particular site, which brought a few things into our ordinances, one of which was the 20,000 square foot grocery size maximum for Palo Alto. And if we can't get our seniors to grocery shop here in Palo Alto, that gives me concern. And I'm not sure how we can address this or how we can bring this back, but if we're going to build a lot of these and these projects are going to struggle, which I do believe it might be happening at another brand new grocery store in town, I would like to address that sooner than when we have another grocer come in and find out that we need to have that 29,000 square feet back, or whatever it is the right size would be for a grocer, so that we don't lose these types of services, which are vital. Although they're not public services to the residences, they certainly are the type of services that people like to be able to go quickly to the grocery store instead of traveling either into Menlo Park Safeway or down to now Mountain View Safeway. Let me see if I can. Also, one of the points in the minutes that I read, 2 points were, one, that the only illumination was going to be with the actual letters of the signage. That was important for me to hear. I think that makes this a better sign for the nighttime. It's not a bright orange, it's going to be the bright white. And the other thing that really did make an appeal to me, one of the commissioners noted, is that this is a driveway that comes up to you quickly. And the signage here, I guess they removed a sign. They wanted 2 signs, right? And this is the one that stayed. And it stayed right at the driveway entrance so that people could bookmark where that entrance is when you're going north on Alma to get into that parking lot. And I think that also is an important feature of where the signage is. I am sad to see that it has to be this large, but I believe that we're not detracting too much from where we originally decided to have signage to begin with on this.
Councilmember Holman.
So I look at the code a fair amount, and that's why I wanted this table, because the staff report referred to the previously approved banner sign as being the comparison point for this sign. That's at least how I read the staff report, and there wasn't such a code-compliant table provided. In response to one of my questions, it says that I had asked, actually, have there been sign exceptions of this scale at 30.3 times requirement in the past? And it says the sign code allows staff level approval of projecting signs that are a maximum of 5 square feet. Actually, it actually is 3 square feet. 5 square feet, according to the code, is only allowed in the GM zones and El Camino Real frontage and the CS zones. And the staff report itself says 3 square feet. So there's an inconsistency there just in the response. I guess the problems I have with things like this are, I appreciate the comments that Councilmember Burt made about, the building is there, move on. And I appreciate that. At the same time, I don't find this sign to be a contributor to enhance or improve the situation. And it seems to me, as I have listened to Grocery Outlet and the applicant, it seems like there's a great deal of reliance on this signage when coming from an advertising, marketing, graphics background for like 30 years. It seems to me that marketing is much more important, and if the marketing is done well, people will find the store. And this sign at literally 1.3 times what's allowed is really excessive. The design itself, again, I don't find as being a contributor to improve or enhance the building design or the project design. The other thing is, and I think one of the reasons that we're seeing so many appeals is because of exceptions. And as I read again, one of the responses to two questions, it says that while most projecting sign approvals have been for signs between 5 and 35 square feet, remember that the maximum is 5 square feet in El Camino and GM zones, that several larger projecting signs and banners have been approved in the downtown area. So why do we have code? And I'm serious about this. Why do we have code? If our code isn't working, then there needs to be a process, but there needs to be a recommendation come forward from the ARB or the staff to look at revising our code, to have a lot of exceptions. Basic planning handbook says if you're having too many exceptions or a lot of exceptions, either the code is being abused and misinterpreted or the code is not matching what the community is wanting to achieve. But the code, for me, sets a reasonable right of expectation of what the public has a right to expect. So the exceptions, for me, are really bothersome. And it's not to say that one size fits all in all occasions. There are reasons and there's rationale for making exceptions. But we do it so regularly. And I think the public is really, frankly, severely unhappy with that. They're unhappy with Alma Plaza. That's not going to go away. So we have the building to contend with. But I think for a signage and the signage program for this project to be acceptable to the public at this site, it needs to be attractive and it needs to enhance the look of the site and not be such an excessive 30.3 times the size that's allowed. I don't know why a banner sign wouldn't be sufficient at this site, even at this size. I don't know why a banner sign wouldn't accomplish the same thing. The difference between a banner sign that's externally lit is that it doesn't glow. One of the problems with internally lit signs is that they glow. They become beacons. That's why we don't, have moving lights. We don't have any number of different kinds of lights, in our code. That's why we limit these signs to the sizes that we do, 3 feet and 5 feet for projecting signs. Internally lit signs glow. We have nothing like this anywhere on Alma. I can't swear that we don't have anything like this on El Camino, but I'm not aware of anything like this. This is a neighborhood center. This is not a regional shopping center. It's a small market. It's a neighborhood center. I find the signage excessive. And I want Grocery Outlet to be successful. I truly, truly do. But it's hard for me with my background that I can't imagine that good marketing and successful marketing wouldn't draw people to this site. I agree that there's a use I absolutely agree with Mr. McNellis that there is probably a very good market for this kind of, for this kind of market in this community. And there's a viable use for it in this community, a viable purpose for it in this community. But I don't think this signage is what's going to make it successful. I think good marketing is going to make it successful and reasonable signage. I don't find this signage as reasonable. So I will propose a substitute motion such that the signage be changed to a banner sign as opposed to an internally lit sign.
Hearing no second. Are you done? Councilmember Price?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for everyone and their comments.
I have been struggling with this for a while, as have many people. 10 minutes ago, I had another opinion, and now I'm shifting again as I'm thinking through all of this. I'd like to state where I am. I will not be supporting the motion as proposed for the following reasons. I appreciate the staff work. I appreciate all the input that we've received. I feel very strongly that the design of this particular blade sign is out of proportion with the building itself. And I think that the fact that it extends 10 feet above the roof line is troublesome to me. I sincerely recognize the economic vulnerability of this location and the critical importance of having a grocery outlet type of store there. I strongly support the fact that we need these kinds of opportunities for people. People need to be able to have accessible groceries that are more affordable and are not defined by the very, very, very high-end, more specialty types of grocery stores. My concern is really one of design, and I think it so greatly exceeds what I think would be appropriate and an appropriate design at the location. I'm concerned that the representative from the grocery outlet, and I understand this too in talking to Mr. McNellis, that they really seem unwilling to consider something smaller. I'm not in the business side of their department. I respect their opinion, but I do feel that it is way too large for the site. On the other hand, we must have a successful store here. So I am, like I said, I've really been struggling with it. I will, like I said, I will not be supporting the staff recommendations for the reasons that I said. And I've been sort of moving through this over time. I would like to ask a question about to reaffirm the noticing procedures regarding the ARB agendas, if that could briefly be summarized for me again, our current practice.
Thank you. So notices for ARB are mailed out at least about a week in advance to everyone within 600-foot radius, as well as anyone who's expressed interest. Notices are also posted on the website and published in the paper.
Okay. And are our neighborhood associations routinely or not routinely notified generically of activities coming before ARB or the Planning Commission or City Council?
Major items are posted in that monthly issues report that's sent out to the community. Issues such as signage aren't always found in those more minor architectural reviews. So I don't believe this one was, but more major ones are through that. And we're also trying to get into a more routine practice of sending out Palo Alto neighborhoods notices of upcoming council agendas.
I think that's very important. The other quick comment I wanted to make is I do see a place for sign exceptions and master sign agreements. I very much see the importance of having that flexibility. I do think it has to be used very carefully, judiciously. I did want to make sure I stated that because underlining zoning may or may not necessarily yield the results that we want or that we intend. And I do feel strongly about having flexibility like PC zones, like other exceptions to the code on an, if it's appropriate, if there can be strong arguments made in defense of that kind of zoning, those kinds of exceptions. I do feel it gives us flexibility as a city and provides opportunities for us to produce more creative outcomes. In this particular location and for this particular proposal, though, I feel that it was not appropriate because it extends, I think, way, way beyond what it would be an appropriate design solution. Thank you.
Councilmember Schmidt.
I think everybody wants to have a successful store on this site. This is a site that has a long history in Palo Alto of being a commercial center. And I think we've tried very hard to make maybe a more modest but a continuing commercial center there. And I think we ought to recognize the effort that has been made to make this successful. You know, number one, we've put in a stop sign. It's the only stop sign between Meadow and Churchill. That's what, 3.5 miles. It's a major thing on a throughway, a commuting throughway, to have a stop sign right next to your store. We've put in a left turn lane to make it easy for people at that stop sign to turn directly into the store parking lot. Done the added advantage, every year we're adding more cars, more traffic, bypassing that site, that store. And a critical factor for the commuters is a welcome, known, comfortable parking available at the store. I mean, these are all positives that I think the city has worked hard to create for that site. And I don't think it's an issue of not recognizing the need for signage that works, that people can see. I think it works effectively already for people driving northward on the side of the building. It's just an adjustment in the size of the signage that's important. And I think, you know, it would be welcome to work together on what is appropriate for that particular sign. I think the city has shown they are willing to go out of the way to make this a successful site.
Councilmember Berman.
No, I don't. Did I just do that again? I did. You're going to do that. Thanks.
I didn't do it.
Could I ask Mr. Drayson to come up and answer a quick question? So thank you for coming tonight to be available to answer some questions.
Oh, sure thing.
Have you ever been to Istanbul?
Yes, I have.
So I'm going to ask you to pretend like it's just you and me. We're in the Grand Bazaar in Istanbul, sipping tea. I'm looking at a fake Rolex watch that you're selling.
Rolex or Rolex?
What's that? Real Rolex.
Rolex. Okay.
Oh, sure. Looks fake. Councilmember Burt kind of started down this path, but to what extent, can you drop this sign down to 22 feet? He was asking for 16. You mentioned that your staff has had discussions about, really what's possible and what isn't. If I could get a little explanation as to why something like 22, 4 feet difference, 85% of the size of the current proposal, that would cut off the top, which would make it better for the residences around there. Why couldn't something like that work?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and thank you, sir. I appreciate that. To try to answer that, again, I would draw your attention back to the photograph, the JPEG up there on the wall. If you're driving down the street, you can't really see the sign or have enough reaction time as you're driving by the sign to turn your head and make the decision to put on the brakes and turn the wheel. You just can't do it that quickly. So I guess my response would be is that we have been asked what you're proposing many times, and we have acceded to that many times, and we've made numerous adjustments in good faith as you all have asked to try to get an accommodation. But at this point, we feel that the proposed signage that's before you tonight, which has been approved by ARB, is a material factor, along with marketing and many other factors. Marketing is very important, others, of course, but we want to have as many factors as we can to support our $1.5 million investment, and that is the minimum that we feel is doable for us.
So you think that, going from 26 to 22 is a determinant factor, essentially? I mean, you mentioned people being able to see it and turn in time.
Well, it's not from 24 to 22, it's from numerous other renditions to the 24 where we are today.
26 where you are today.
Whatever, yeah. It's been revised to the point where we feel that it's not good business to alter the sign anymore.
Okay. Thank you.
That's our opinion. I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, as a lot of my colleagues have expressed tonight, we're kind of in a rock and a hard place. This is pretty much an all-residential neighborhood. There's no other retail in the area, and so you need more signage because people aren't expecting to see retail, and people aren't expecting to stop for a grocery store. At the same time, because it's in a residential zone, there's opposition to such a large sign. So you kind of have this chicken and an egg problem. And signage is just one factor. I really, would like to find a compromise, but I understand that signage is one of many factors that grocery outlet has to weigh in deciding whether or not to come to Palo Alto and have a store here. And it's impossible for me to really know whether or not this is the last straw that causes them to pull out or not. I just don't know. And I wish I did. I wish I was a better poker player and a better bluffer and all of these things. But I don't want to be, the reason why we end up with no store there. And the area is, cursed is a strong word, and I don't want to cause grocery outlet to get too scared off, from the beginning. But it's a challenging area. We've seen that with the different grocery stores that have tried to be successful there, especially with the last one. And so I am begrudgingly going to support the motion.
Well, I had a question for Sherry Furman. Sherry, if you'd come up. So, Sherry, after you've heard Mr. Drayson speak from Grocery Outlet, do you have any rebuttal you'd like to give?
I still disagree. I still think 26 feet. Look up at the ceiling here. I think, okay, you go by Alma once and there was Grocery Outlet. Well, the next time you go by, are you counting on one-time shoppers only going by there? Well, the next time they go by, they'll know where it is. It just is so egregiously oversized that I do think it can be reduced to, the top of the building. Now it calls for a different, it would probably call for, instead of grocery outlet, it would be grocery outlet side by side, which would make for a wider sign, which has its own, its own problems. But you'd still be able to see it. So, it's just egregiously large.
Sherry, I have one other question for you. And you don't have to answer. I don't really want to put you on the spot if you don't want to be. But it seems to me that we really have a stark contrast here. And I think a number of council members have addressed it, is that I think most of us would prefer that the sign was smaller. We'd like to be responsive to the neighborhood and all of that. And on the other hand, the whole public benefit of this is a neighborhood shopping center. People want a neighborhood shopping center. Everyone said they want one. If we don't approve this, it seems that grocery outlet will not come in. And I think Mr. Drayson's made that clear. And if
I call that blackmail, but
it's a business decision. I think that's harsh. I think it's a business decision. He feels there's not enough signage. I could make a number of arguments. I think parking's very difficult there. I think it's a challenging side of
I've been working on this for over a decade. I was back, when the moratorium went on. I know the whole history of this place. There are a lot of things facing any store that goes in there beyond signage. And I don't want us to think either way, whether we approve the sign or not, and the store fails. I don't believe it's going to be simply on the sign. So
the conundrum I have, frankly, and I frankly strongly believe Mr. McNellis that he has worked with grocery stores A to Z, and so I firmly believe that to be true. It could be a false assumption, but I firmly believe it to be true. And so to me, it comes down to this: if we don't approve the sign, we don't get grocery outlet. which means we do not have a grocery store there. The place sits vacant. We then, as a council, have to decide how long we let it sit vacant, and whether or not we then decide that a grocery store, we remove that PC provision. And
you don't really want to hear my opinion on that.
I just want to go where I'm going to go on this. So I think where we end up with is we have that concern. And if it sits vacant for too long, we probably actually lose the Starbucks there as well, because I think, at least I've heard that Starbucks has some issues, whether Mickey's not there and you're not getting the drive-by that they're expecting. So you end up with a blighted and, frankly, closed and failed shopping center there. And that's a difficult decision. And so, you know, that's really the conundrum, the horns of the dilemma I think we face as a council on this. And, you know, I think it's perfectly acceptable if you said, that's fine. I don't think it's worth having the sign. If we don't have a shopping center, that's fine. I was just curious. As I said, you don't have to answer it. I'm happy to have you sit down if you want. But if you do want to tell me, I assume you'd make a different decision. I was curious as to why.
Well, I'd lost the thread of the
question. So the thread
here.
was, I assumed you'd make a different decision than I would make, which is approve the sign because I'd rather have a grocery store and a shopping center than not have a grocery store. And assuming that if we don't, you said I assume you'd make a different decision. I guess the question is why. And you don't feel like you have to answer it, but if you wanted to, I was going to let you answer that question.
Yes, we need a grocery store there. We need an Asian grocery store there.
I asked Mr. McNellis if he looked for Asian grocery stores. Yeah. He said it was within the A to Z.
I mean, that's our big need. I shouldn't say what I want to say about this whole site, and what the ultimate outcome is going to be. So
City Council could be therapy. Feel free.
Already said it.
No, it's going to come back to bite me. This site has, it's a bad design. It's hard for anything, to succeed in there, and that goes back to the original allowing 2/3 of a neighborhood center to become housing and having such a small retail. I mean, a grocery store and a Starbucks does not make a neighborhood center, and I'm on a soapbox now, and I don't want to be. If this is the only way to get a grocery store, then, so be it. I mean, obviously that's the way council is going to vote. But I do not like the egregiousness of this kind of signage and being held hostage to, if you don't do it my way, I'm going to take my ball and go home. And so, no store. So, can I go now?
Oh, absolutely.
Was there anything else?
I didn't want to hold you hostage. Thank you very much. All right. If we could vote on the board.
I had a question for the Mr. Grocery Outlet.
Hold on. We're voting on the motion. We're voting on the motion, and you had a point of order, Councilmember Holman?
Well, I had a question. I had my light on, and
so
I had a question.
So we're only doing one round, so there are no more questions to be asked. I'm sorry.
I wanted to ask a question.
Rules do not permit me to let you speak, because then everyone else would have to speak. If we didn't have that rule, I would let you speak. If we could vote on the board. Is it really a question, or is it a question that's meant to be really... I've been down this road before, Councilmember Clark.
It was truly a question of the gentleman who represents Grocery Outlet.
She says it's truly a question of the gentleman that represents Grocery Outlet. All right. My recollection. All right, Karen.
My question, and I'm sorry I'm not good with names, but my question is what your marketing plan is for this, because it seems like there's such a strong reliance. Well, if we're talking about the success of this market and the importance of it, I think it's important to know how this sign balances with...
Karen, I think the question's out of order. You can sit down.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if we could vote on the board.
Yes.
Yes.
It's Liz's motion. It's your motion, Larry.
And that passes on a 6-3 motion. And that passes on a 6-3 motion with council members Schmidt, Holman, and Price voting no.
Mr. Mayor, could we take a 5-minute break?
Yes, I think a 5-minute break would be a good thing.
And could we also...
Yes, that's what I'm thinking we should do.
It's nice you let her get involved. I think you finally hung her up. I think you finally did, but it wasn't easy.
Storm Drain Oversight Committee, and that was Hal Mickelson, Richard Whaley, Nancy Clark, Mark Harris, and they interviewed 4 Storm Drain Oversight Committee applicants for 3 expired terms ending October 31st, 2018, and so they chose that one. Then they went into a closed session dealing with labor negotiations that has everybody in on it, and this was with SEIU, and this was about city manager and its designees pursuant to the merit systems and rules with James Keene, Pamela Till, Lalo Perez, David Ramberg, Joe Saccio, Catherine Chen, Sandra Blank, Daniel Torres Wong, Melissa Truquet, Brenna Rowe, Molly Stump, Kashia Alai. And then they had another closed session dealing with potential litigation with the Mitchell Park Library and Community Center. And then they had the City Attorney Legal Counsel dealing with Senate Bill number 7, state interference with constitutional power of charter cities to direct municipal affairs. We did have, we went through consent calendar in which one item was removed, item number 10. It's the appeal of the director's architect's review sign exemption, approval installation of one sign projecting at the 2-story mixed-use building on Alma Street, Alma Village, in the planned community. That's a PC zoning, except for provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act, the CEQA guideline section 15301. And we went through, of course, the whole history of the Alma area that Liz Niss talked about when there was a Lucky's there, when there was an Albertsons there. The problem is they need a supermarket. That is something that is huge. They have a Starbucks, but they don't know if they'll have that Starbucks very long. But this is a very small market. It's only a 15,000 square foot market. Liz Niss says it's basically the sign of a 7-Eleven, and she voted against it because she wouldn't approve a 7-Eleven in there. But there's such questions about shopping in Palo Alto, having a supermarket in Palo Alto that's more basic. It's not high end, that is, Molly Stone's, that people can afford, lower income people can afford, and not just high income people. Of course, the supermarkets in Palo Alto, you think of Trader Joe's, think of Molly Stone's, think of the other one that exists. They are fairly high end, but this is more of a basic store that people could go to. And in the end, it came down to the sign. The sign was a huge, huge deal. And now the grocery store owner is being pinned down by activists who are complaining about the size of the sign. Would the sign make a huge difference? And it was one councilman who said, "You and I are in Istanbul. We're negotiating. What's a few feet? What's the difference of a few feet?" And he explained to them the difference of a few feet. But it was really Pat Burt who turned things around and said, this is not the way it should have been zoned. We have what we have. We cannot afford another failure here. I'm not happy about the sign. We've got to get the sign. We've got to have a success. This area is blighted. It's been blighted. What's done is done. Let's move on. So they did move on. So the council went ahead and approved that tonight. And good luck with that little grocery store. This is the last night of Mayor Scharf's mayorship, and it was ironic that on that, right before the break, that he shut down Councilmember Holman because, when he was very, very strong on controlling dialogue among council members, giving them each a turn. If I go through you, I have to give the others. He was very strong, but I think whenever you have you're running the show like that, you tend to get, it's just a natural human instinct. You tend to, let people go on a little longer. And of course, last week's meeting was quite long. I think tonight, this being the last meeting, he's really putting the hammer down, which is what he did earlier in the year. He was a real stickler for a good 6 months of the year, and tonight he was able to do that. And when she went off topic, he shut her down on that. And so they got that vote and got that through. We have other items tonight, and they are the council discussion and direction of staff on the Maybell site. This is continued from December the 9th, which was last week. So we're going to see, this was set up after the defeat of the proposition, after the defeat of the Maybell project. So this was set up for last week. It's been pushed to this week. Then we also have a council review and policy direction to staff on residential parking permit program framework. And that is, we had some people from a church that are in that neighborhood, and they have people who attend the church, but they're concerned if there is parking permits, more people who attend the church will park there, and it'll be harder for their people to go. They're waiting. We're going to have 2013 year in review, which is going to be great. So that'll be great to look back at 2013. And then there's also a colleague's memo for Mayor Sharp, Vice Mayor Shepard, and Niss and Price regarding additional community outreach related to the Stanford Palo Alto Trail Program. And so that is what we have coming up tonight. And the next broadcast, the next big broadcast on KZSU is January 1st. Jackie O is filling in tonight with his house music. He's going to be engineering the sports department at Stanford's in the Rose Bowl. That's January 1st, 2 o'clock against Michigan State. And they haven't bought up all the tickets. KZSU will be there. It won't just be a green thing. There will be some Stanford fans there, since the debacle with the Michigan State fans buying up the Stanford tickets. But I'm sure that the Pasadena won't be all red. But hopefully it'll be Michigan State. You'll be seeing red. Stanford will be Rose Bowl champions when we come back, 2 times Rose Bowl champions. And we will be back on Monday, January 6th for the council meeting. And that, of course, is the election of the mayor and the vice mayor. So they can guess who is going to be mayor or vice mayor this time. Then we have a broadcast on January 13th, which is a preliminary traffic impact analysis report, planned community rezoning. It's a 4-story office.
Quiet. If council could reconvene, we're not going to hear the RPP tonight, but we are going to hear Maybell, and it's 10 o'clock, and I think we need to get going on this. Yeah, and we're not doing the year in review either. Both of those will be postponed to January. No, we're not doing RPP.
We're doing January.
It's going to be moved to January.
What are you talking about? We've been here since 6 o'clock because we were told it was going to be at 6.
I apologize.
Apologize?
I do.
What's the matter?
We have 30 speakers on it, and we would be here till 2 at night, and it's probably not a good time to be doing things between 12 and midnight on something so important for the community.
Well, then why did you push it so far back in the agenda?
Mr. Mayor, I just might state that the council agenda that you do publish actually has times identified. This was item 17, scheduled to be taken up at 8:25. We are beyond that, but it was not 6 o'clock. Thank you.
6 o'clock is what my notice said.
Hmm? Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, you did that well.
Do we have a staff report on item number 16?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor, council members. Yeah, we're going to do Maybell. I'll do that, introduce it, but trying to be sure we just quiet down so that you can hear. Those folks who are here for that item can hear. This item, titled Direction on Maybell Options, we placed on the council agenda, and the recommendation we're making to the council making to the council is that the council direct the staff to take no action to terminate the loan agreement for the property at 567 595 Maybell, and in addition to closely monitor future changes to the inventory of housing sites identified in the city's approved housing element as a result of the defeat of Measure D. One could have made an argument that this item did not need to come to the council, but we thought it was important to bring it forward to you, since the language in the loan agreement with the Housing Corporation did have an option where the city, in the circumstances we're in now, that the city could purchase the property from the Housing Corporation as a term in the contract. And therefore, we thought we needed to identify that publicly, but also to essentially not make that recommendation, in a sense, just really take no action. But that said, we thought it was also important that the council affirm that decision. And there are several reasons for that that we would initially share, and then we're available to answer any questions. First of all, there is still a need for affordable housing in Palo Alto, and the Housing Corporation, has been a steadfast provider of affordable housing in our community, and the possibility exists that they will sell their interest in the property and obviously be in a position to make further investments in affordable housing. Secondly, I would just say that the potential, if the city were to exercise its option, could put the Housing Corporation in a financial deficit, and I think, as from the staff perspective, we don't think they should be punished or lose money as a result of this project coming to an end. Third, there aren't really, in our opinion, viable alternatives. The city, in my view, does not have the money to buy this property, and it has years of public process exploring infrastructure investments and other needs underway that really should not be derailed by really kind of an almost ad hoc request to make a public investment. Fourth, that we certainly have gotten a lot of criticism of late. Most of it is truly unfounded, but we understand the concerns that many folks in the community have about us not doing a very good job planning. I certainly could tell you that we should not be going into the development business as developers, as a city staff. And then lastly, there are potentially many other sites around the city that other neighborhoods could also identify and say that the city ought to look at purchasing property to perhaps enhance from their perspective the immediately adjacent neighborhood. So a range of reasons that we certainly recommend that we take no action to terminate the loan agreement that could allow us to consider other options. And obviously, the outcome of that will most likely be that the Housing Corporation would sell the property. Lastly, we just want to bring to the council's attention a somewhat minor but important point, and that is that the delta difference between the existing zoning and the proposal that the council had been considering before, those units were included in our most recent housing element, so we've lost those. So we just need to carefully monitor the inventory of housing as we go forward as it relates to our housing element. And so Hillary Gittleman, our planning director, and staff are attuned to doing that. And with that, we'll turn it back to the council. We have Barbara Kautz here with us, who's been supporting us on this project, along with City Attorney Molly Stump, and we have planning staff here with us. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the public. We have Kenneth Schultz, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
Well, good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I think the city is in a unique position, given its, its position, holding the loan, that you can ensure that the property is developed in a way that both benefits the community at large and protects the neighborhood, and especially protects the neighborhood from increased traffic. A number of possibilities present themselves and have been mentioned. One of them is, why couldn't there be senior housing on this site? My own opinion is that there really wasn't much wrong with what Pat proposed as a senior structure. The problem was it didn't have enough parking, and it had all of this dense private element associated with it. Without those things, I think the senior structure wouldn't have had much opposition. And why not, if it really is a value in this community to support senior housing, why not put more money into it, subsidize it at the levels comparable to what other below market projects have been subsidized at. Other things that have been proposed or ideas that are in the air are to preserve an orchard, have community gardens, make it a youth soccer field. I understand somebody did look into that. It doesn't need to be full-sized. Or use it as a site to move a historic building, the Julia Morgan building. I don't take a position on any of these other than that they're all things that could enhance the community, and they'd require a little time to work out. And so if the city could move to retain the ability to influence what's done with the property, perhaps by assuming it, there would be holding costs. I've heard a figure of about $600,000 a year, but that's less than we just spent on an election. And if that would enable us to achieve something that had a lasting community benefit, I think down the road that would be worthwhile. So I'd like you to consider what you can do to influence a good outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Munoz, to be followed by Jim Jerkovich.
Good evening, Mayor Scharf and council members. I could just rubber stamp what Ken just said. He said there wasn't anything wrong with the senior housing. It was the zoning that people were complaining about for the dozen large houses, and they told you that over and over and over. He said, sure, the carrying costs for holding it, yes, they'd be the same as that election was. Big deal. What I want you to know, in addition to what he said, was think about the price of property in Palo Alto. It is not going to go down. It is never going to go down. You are going to have more and more homeless. I haven't heard much about Buena Vista, but if you actually evict those 400 people, that's 400 more people to house. And the community is going to get stuck with, well, being asked to house them. It would be crazy to let that piece of property go. Keep it. I would like to see, what I would like to see, and I would like to see it for every multiple, that every multiple have the same amount of space around it as a single-family house does. I noticed I was looking up the tan apartments, and at the time they were built, they wanted everybody to know that 70% of the land around was unbuilt on. And of course, gradually it got built on so that it doesn't have that open space around it. But this senior center could. It could have that orchard. The seniors are the cream of the crop for all those homeless people. They don't bother anybody. They don't have unsupervised children. They don't ride motorcycles. They sit there with their knitting or their computer or their card game, and you couldn't ask for. You could put according to the zoning, you could put those seniors there. You could have a beautiful building. I would recommend that you go up to save more of the footprint and to conceal the tan apartments. But that's just my thought. And let me put in a word here for the homeless. I hope you get the post office. And you remember that the General Services Agency has on its front page that uses for the homeless, in their opinion, are the most important use. Now, I don't think if you can put the development office over in the post office that you're going to give that up for the homeless. But this winter, you could put the homeless down while it's freezing until you put your offices in. Couldn't you? Thank you.
Jim Jerkovich, to be followed by Bob Moss.
Good evening, council members. I'd like to let you know that I did vote no on the project that was before you today. The reason I was voting no for it was because of the density of the housing that was being built along Climo and Maybell. I feel like those of us in this neighborhood were being kind of double taxed. We first pay for a for-profit developer to develop low-income housing plus the for-profit homes. Then we get taxed again because we get the density bonuses that get added on top of that. It seems like there's another more creative way that this could be done. I, for one, would be able to support doing a volunteer type effort in a Habitat for Humanity model where you could lower the cost of development by bringing in some more affordable development. Thus, you wouldn't need the extra taxing of adding in these high density homes along the street side. So I'd like to urge the council to not give up on projects like these, but encourage the PAC developers to go ahead and look at more creative financing. I haven't seen much transparency in the financing of this. When we read their financing report, they didn't have all the details in there. They kind of excluded the pieces that were for the for-profit, so it's hard to determine whether they really could achieve the economics without the for-profit development. So again, I'd urge you to go forward, look at this again, and urge PAC to look at financing themselves to find more creative ways to do a project rather than just see it all be developed for for-profit developers. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Moss, to be followed by Cheryl Lilienstein.
Thank you, Mayor, Sheriff, and council members. Originally, I was going to just go with the staff recommendation and do nothing and let things happen when the Housing Corporation sells the site. And I got to thinking about it, and it would be very nice to be able to retain a portion of the site, at least for an orchard. And we do need BMR housing, whether it be for seniors or for families. I got to thinking about a way we might be able to do it by using option 2, a modification of option 2. And that would be in exchange for the $5.8 million loan that the city gave to the Housing Corporation to take possession of, that would be the equivalent of about a third of the cost of the property, take possession of about a third of the property, about 0.8 of an acre, 85 hundredths of an acre. And the city would then own the 4 lots along Maybell, which have existing homes, and a strip perhaps 150 or 200 feet deep behind them, which would be orchard. Since you'd be taking over homes, the fact that you're using housing money to take over homes, which would eventually be BMR units, would be legitimate. And a portion of the remaining orchard, that part that the city would get, either could be developed for 1 or 2 additional homes or completely kept in orchard. But most of that site would be kept as a remnant of the Palo Alto's last orchard. Over time, the people who currently live in those homes, if they're not BMR eligible, could be eased out, and you could turn those completely into BMR housing. At least 2 of those lots, maybe 3 of them, you could build a 450 square foot granny unit, which would certainly be eligible for senior BMR housing. So there'd be a possibility of expanding the BMR, expanding the housing on the site and making it BMR housing, which is what I think we would like to have there anyway. Since the city's already paid the money out, you wouldn't have to pay anything additional. You probably would end up subcontracting operation of the site to the housing corporation if you wish to. But the idea is that once the city gets the property in exchange for the money that's already been spent, you have an opportunity to really think about how you can handle it and how you can use it most effectively. So I think you ought to take that as a very serious option.
Cheryl Lilienstein, to be followed by Joe Hirsch.
Thank you again. I would also like to support the ideas that came from Ken and Bob. You have some opportunities, and it is not an all or nothing situation. So I think that we have said all along that we would be willing to enter a conversation. We still are. And perhaps we'll have the opportunity to do that if the city can retain some of its own interest in this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Hirsch, to be followed by Don Anderson.
I want to give some details to what Cheryl just said. And in doing so, I hope I will clear up one misconception that exists in our community. On September 24th, during the interview Cheryl and I had with Bill Johnson of the Palo Alto Weekly, he urged us to reach out and talk with PAC to see if there was a compromise between our 2 positions. When we walked out of the interview, Jean McCowan, who you all know, was there. She's a member of PAC's board of directors. I worked with Jean on the Planning Commission many years ago, and I asked, would you be interested in meeting with us? I never got a response, no call, no email. On November 4th, the night before the election, I said in oral communications in this chamber, and I quote, "No matter who wins, we suggest that it would be better for the entire Palo Alto community if both sides can meet and see if an approved development plan for the Maybell site can be devised, as we have never been opposed to having senior apartments on the Maybell site. We are prepared to meet if our side wins and Measure D is defeated. The onus will be upon PAC to decide if they want to meet with us." Close quote. Measure D was defeated. We never heard from PAC. No call, no email. Mayor Sharp reached out to Art Lieberman of the Barron Park Association to see if a meeting could be arranged about Maybell. Art asked me to respond, and the mayor and I met in his office on Tuesday, November 19th. At the end of our meeting, he simply asked, "What can I do for you?" I replied, "Please have PAC contact me if they are interested in meeting." When I had not heard from PAC on Monday, November 25th, I emailed Mayor Sharp, and he contacted PAC, and Jessica DeWitt of their development staff wrote to me that Candace Gonzalez, who's here tonight, their executive director, was out of the office and would not return until Monday, December 2nd. 2 weeks later, I still have not heard from PAC. No call, no email. Bottom line, members of Palo Altans to preserve neighborhood zoning have always been willing to meet with PAC to talk about senior apartments on the Maybell site. But PAC has never been willing to do so. We couldn't offer any specific plan as we're not owners of the site, but we would be willing to talk and hope that a mutually satisfactory plan could be developed. PAC has never wanted to meet with us. I repeat, they have never wanted to meet with us. This council and this community needs to know that. I want to add one other point. Vice Mayor Shepherd, you've been having an email conversation with someone in our neighborhood who is not directly associated with our organization. In that, and we appreciated the dialogue that you had, in that you said that we demanded that any development be consistent with existing zoning. We never demanded that. We said we were not opposed to senior apartments on that site that would be consistent with the zoning, but we never demanded it. We are still willing to meet with PAC and talk to see if a satisfactory plan can be developed.
Don Anderson, to be followed by Trina Leverchek.
Good evening, I'm Don Anderson. I live in Barron Park. I am speaking briefly in support of the staff recommendation or of any other recommendation that can, at this point, let the Housing Corporation off the hook and let them continue with their work. They're now carrying big carrying costs, and while it's a nice idea to have a chat that might last another year or two about what other kinds of things might be done, I don't think it should be at their expense. Thanks.
Trina Leverchek.
Trina Leverchek, Barron Park. Well, this is the item I really came for tonight. It was scheduled for 7:25. It's now 10:20. I certainly didn't expect to be up here 3 times tonight, but circumstances have changed my original thoughts. Anyway, I'm here to also support the staff recommendation that you take no action regarding the loan agreement with Palo Alto Housing Corporation. They can't afford to keep this property now that they can't go ahead and build the project they've proposed. And I agree with Don that it shouldn't be at their expense, that anything keeps them from proceeding to sell the property so they can recoup the money they put out, plus all the loans that were given to them. So again, I'm just asking you and urge you to accept the staff report. Thanks.
Thank you. And now we return to council for comments, questions, motions. Councilmember Niss.
Well, I think this is the meeting probably none of us really wanted to have. Starting back in the early part of the year, I recall when, and I think this is after the council from last year had made the first loan, and then there was another amount of perhaps $2 million or so in that range that was added on. The complexity, and I might ask staff to just walk through this one more time, or Candace to walk through it one more time, just so that everyone who is watching and listening to this understands exactly what the mechanics were of trying to fund this. I had the opportunity at the county of frequently having people come to us for a fund that's set aside as the result of the Stanford GUP, and which allows money to go into very low income housing, very, very low. And that money is included in this funding package for this evening. So included in this are tax credits. Someone who wrote to us couldn't have described it better to say about 1 in 3 or 4 applicants ever gets these tax credits, even though for the most part the scores are almost perfect as they put them in. But regardless, it is extremely hard to get those tax credits. The number of times I can remember at the county sitting with somebody and trying to figure out how they could get to the funding to actually build low-income housing was phenomenal. Even the one that is now on Alma, which was done by Eden, the tree house, which many of you have gone to and went there for the ribbon cutting, they all took these incredible tax credits. Right now, as I see it, if we weren't to move forward with this as a city to allow the Palo Alto Housing Corporation to sell it, we could be into this for something between 8 and 10 million. that simply would not be fair to the other needs that we have as a city. As much as we have heard a number of times, could we preserve the land? There is almost a 4.5-acre park right next door, as many of you know. And I checked the acreage online because somebody will probably argue with me later, but that is what it indicates online for Juana Briones Park. But looking at, could there be an orchard? Could it be other senior housing and so forth? Given the complexity of the funding mechanisms that it takes to actually make something like this happen, I don't believe that's the job that we should take on as the city. I don't think it is fair to staff. I don't think it would be fair to infrastructure needs that we have, nor do I think that it really would just make common sense for us to go forth with this. So if staff might just take a minute to, perhaps you, Jim, or whomever, just run through where that actual funding is so that it's on record and there's never any question about why couldn't we, as a city, buy the land. Remember, we do not own the land, for anyone who's still listening. The land is owned currently by the Housing Corporation.
Yeah. Okay, why don't I let Barbara take a first
And it can
crack
be just
at this.
brief. I don't mean to do a treatise.
I mean, the financing of the land purchase itself was really very complicated. So the first two loans in the property are $4 million from something called the Low Income Investment Fund and $4 million from the Local Initiative Support Corporation, whom we call LISC-LIF. So there's $8 million. The initial purchase price was $15.8 million. That was financed by $8 million in LISC and LIF loans, who are ahead of the city and have a number of quite rigid requirements. Basically, they want the project to be developed for something like the project that was defeated in Measure D. Then there's $5.8 million in city loans, and then there's about $2.8 million in county loans. So that initially, because LISC and LIF insisted that their interest be ahead of the city's, initially there was financing of about $16.8 million on a property that was purchased for $15.8 million. If the city were to purchase the property, it essentially would, at a minimum, need to pay off the LISC and LIF loans. They expire at the end of November 2014.
A little more than $8 million.
Yes. Well, it's a little bit less because some of the interest has been paid, but let's say $7.6 million or something. So the city would need to pay off the LISC and LIF loans. In addition, if the city did not want to use the $5.8 million for housing and instead to use it for a park or other purposes, it would need to find a way to reimburse those funds, those housing funds. And then lastly, the county has its own interests. It has recorded deeds on. So given the cost of the property, the value of the property, for the city to hang on to it is not $600,000 in annual carrying costs. It's really putting up something close to $8 million right now, or very soon.
So I thank you for saying it so well and succinctly. I don't think there's anything more that we would have liked to see happen than actually have that property developed with the units right next to Tan Apartments and also next to another housing corporation development. It didn't happen. It was very clear that we had certainly a message on that, and that a different course had to be followed. So tonight what we're doing is following a different course. And that's why I moved that we stand aside, let the Palo Alto Housing Corporation sell the property as they wish. I know there's a good deal of interest in this, and that we as a city recoup what we have invested and be able to use that for other city needs that are general needs. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
That was a motion. Did I not start with one? I did, didn't I? Yes.
Do we have a second? Second with Councilmember Price. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I think I've spoken to my motion inadvertently, but I think that's the message.
Councilmember Price.
Thank you. I appreciate everyone's comments. I also will be supporting the staff recommendation. I think what I keep finding over the course of the last few weeks or months is that we're still revisiting some issues and items that in some ways really are not as germane and are not really speaking directly to the issue at hand. A lot of community members, or some, have said, well, let's have a less dense development, let's look at these other options. And I think probably one of the most important paragraphs in the staff report ends with a statement that in 2013, the average project size that was awarded tax credits was 62 units. Therefore, it is likely that a smaller, less dense project requiring much higher subsidies could depend on tax credit equity as a source of funding. And I think that we continue to revisit this, and it certainly is clear that with fewer units, the cost per unit is extraordinary, making it very, very difficult. My other comment briefly is that the city of Palo Alto has many strengths and lots of expertise, but we are not an affordable housing agency. The experts in that area are the Palo Alto Housing Corporation, and I think that for us to, or for community members to assume that we could get involved in a kind of protracted discussion and yield a development that really addresses affordable housing or senior affordable housing is, I believe, unrealistic. So I appreciate the community's comments, but I believe that some of the alternatives, given the demands on local government at this time, are really not feasible or appropriate. So those are my comments, and I again want to thank everyone who's participated in this. I still think it's very, very unfortunate that at the end of the day, we do not have a very well-designed senior affordable housing project, which is deeply needed by this community.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes, I support the motion, and I agree with the comments that council members Niss and Price have made. I would add the following. We've heard, I think, as I read my emails and the people who spoke tonight, a couple of different ideas than the idea that we should not exercise the option. One is that we should somehow develop this for low or moderate income housing for seniors or whatever at some lower density. And the second is that the city ought to take ownership of the property and hold it as an orchard or convert it into a park or at least retain it in public ownership. I think neither one of them is at all practical, and that there really is no choice for the city but to not exercise its option, let the Housing Corporation sell the property, and we'll proceed on the basis that a private developer will presumably comply with the zoning. If it doesn't, it will come before the council. We'll go through the usual process. I want to describe in some detail, particularly for those who may still be up and watching us, why both of those alternatives really are not practical at all. The first is develop the site for affordable housing at some lower density. The cost in the Housing Corporation's proposal was that construction costs, not the land, would be $438,000 per unit. Nothing surprising on that. That's very expensive, but that's where we are. That's where we live. So let's just round that up a little bit to $500,000 to account for other extraneous costs and make the math a lot easier. So if you built 10 units, that would be $5 million. If you built 20 units, that's $10 million. If you built 30 units, that's $15 million. The city doesn't have that money. That's in addition, of course, to the $5 million that we have in there from the housing fund, and the other $11 million we'd have to pay off the other creditors on this property. So that would mean let's take the 30 units, $15 million in construction costs, $17 million in land costs, $32 million. We've been doing infrastructure planning on a committee that I've been on now for a couple of years, and we've been looking hard to find money for a variety of infrastructure needs, none of which ever included this item. And we were looking at a total budget of somewhere of 40 to 50 million. So this would come close to wiping out every other project that we have going, at least on the drawing board. And that would be for a project that nobody had mentioned. And I want to emphasize that. Nobody had mentioned previously to this year. And I'd also add, of course, as several of my colleagues have, the city is not in the land development business. We have no expertise in it, so that this would be something very novel, and that would be maybe interesting for the city manager and his staff, or maybe not, but I don't think it's a very wise idea. You say, well, the $17 million or $15 million in construction costs would come from the same sources that the Housing Corporation had contacted. As Councilmember Niss pointed out in her remarks, the answer to that is no. It's not feasible. I know people wanted to believe that it is, but it's just not. We had a lot of talk during the campaign as to that it might be feasible. And council members uniformly said, it's not, and it's not. And if anybody can find somebody who's going to write some other governmental agency that's going to write a check for those type of dollars, I'd really like to see that in writing. We haven't yet, and I don't think, because of the simple reason, it's not going to happen. Park or orchard, same type of numbers. And here's a place for me to say, it's already been said, but I think it bears repeating. The money the city has in the loan to the Housing Corporation can only be used for affordable housing. I know that government accounting can sometimes be a little opaque or hard to understand, but we have several different funds, and some of these funds can only be used for specified purposes. For example, our electric utility money, by and large, can only be used for electricity. And we have a housing fund which we raise from fees which we charge developers, and that can only be used for affordable housing. We have a general fund which we can use for any purposes. So if the city was going to use this for a park, its general fund would have to pay off the housing fund, $6 million, then the other monies that are owed to on the site, another $11 million to the county and so forth. This becomes one expensive park. And I would note that, again, nobody that I can recall ever asked us to buy this as a park prior to this election. It was never anywhere being stated that this is a need for the community. So would it be fair to the rest of the community to use so much of our resources on a piece of property that's already adjacent to the 4.5-acre Juana Briones Park? I don't think that wouldn't be a good community decision in my mind. Lastly, I would mention, since it hasn't been mentioned so far, that there are legal restrictions here as well. The city's option to, in effect, buy the property expires on March 5, 2014. In other words, less than 90 days from now. If the city did exercise that option and acquired the property, spent $17 million from the general fund to acquire the property, some people have said, oh, we'll find other resources to repay the city. Bad decision by the city, because what happens then if the $17 million can't be raised? And $17 million is a lot of money to raise, in particular for purposes that are unspecified when the city already owns the property. Our experience is that when the city owns the land, people are very reluctant to start making contributions to buy out the city's interest. For all these reasons, I think it would be a miscarriage of our fiduciary duties to all 60,000 or so citizens of Palo Alto who live in a variety of different neighborhoods if the city became involved in the ownership of this particular piece of property.
Vice Mayor Shepherd.
Thank you. And Barbara Pouts, is this how you pronounce your last name? Couts. Okay. Well, first off, welcome. And I did really appreciate the talk that you did at the League of Cities conference this last, I think it was October, in Sacramento on housing element. And I'm learning that you've come quite up to speed on it, and you're an expert on it. And I know we have to do our housing element again this year. The onus is on us to make sure that we can tuck in those extra 1955 units, I guess, more that we have to do this time than last year. And the sticks that are coming out are just horrible. So we do have a housing element component of this evening, but not for a decision tonight. This, I think, has been just one of these issues that has come before the city that you could see all the writing on the wall that it was going to just be no win all the way through. As soon as we started getting demands about the project being too dense, even though, in my mind it was, twice the density, half of the size units, those types of things, so we could try to carve it down. But when the CEQA lawsuit came through, that was what really alarmed me, because then I knew that the project would be stalled indefinitely for a no build. So I've tried to listen and hear the community. Mr. Hirsch, thank you very much for letting me know that this woman is, not part of your group. I've gotten a couple of, emails demanding that we purchase this and try to turn it into a community garden or an orchard. Those are park and rec decisions, and we have policy about all of that. It's very clear policy, just like we have land use and zoning policy and comprehensive plan, et cetera. I do try to keep the communication and dialogue going. And what I am trying to interpret is the consistent message that I have heard is to keep the neighborhood zoning. I think it's here in the ballot statement. I have it in my iPad. It says, tell City Council to protect residential neighborhoods with existing zoning. And since I know what existing zoning is on this, and I know a lot of people don't in this community to this day, they might believe it's R1. I know it's not. I have to make wise decisions here. I am not interested in seeing a fully blown market rate development, and I've never iterated that to anybody. I certainly hope that the neighborhood does get what they want, but I don't know how much of that I can control. I will be supporting the motion to do nothing here and allow the Housing Corps to roll it back to when the owners of the property who originally owned it as an orchard put it up for sale and for market. The Housing Corps was able, under duress, to be able to purchase this site, which was a very difficult acquisition for them to make. I think there were 2 rounds that they finally got at the second round. And so it was, when somebody comes to us to do a zone change, that's when we get to make an exchange with a developer or project about all of the different other items that are concerning a neighborhood. And I think one of the things that we are learning with the number of appeals we've had lately, that, if it's, I've heard from the community, keep the 50-foot height limit downtown. We're keeping the 50-foot height limit. That still isn't good enough, but that's the law right now. That's the law that we have right now. So I support the neighborhood in their efforts to come up with creative solutions and to work with the next property owner on this. I think that's always wise to do, and I think it's wise to do that as early as possible. I'm not exactly sure that happened here, from what I understand, based on the outreach. I also certainly hope that we can keep civility, because I know that there is a message going around now about something that I said about wanting a big full-blown project here, and that has never been something that's come out of my mouth, ever, publicly or privately. So if in fact, somebody wants to do residential single-family housing here, then they get to do that. If in fact they would like to do a larger project, they can do that. If they can manage to do low-income senior housing, they can do that. And also the funds that, as this gets repaid back to the city, those funds will go into our low-income housing account for other access by other organizations that will be authorized to do low-income housing. It could come from the Housing Corps again on a different site. We're not allowed to approve. We're not allowed to reverse to approve another project that's similar to what is there now for a year. So that would be a very long time for the Housing Corps to hold on to this site and then present a similar project with a few less houses or something like that. And that is not practical. I think that this site has been slated in our comprehensive plan for housing for a very long time, and that we are going through the revision process now for the comprehensive plan. So it's a good time to take a look at all properties to see if they're zoned the way they're supposed to be zoned. But there are processes and consistency that does need to be maintained, especially during this period of flux with the site. There needs to be confidence, I think, when people take land to market, in whether you're a resident and we start to shift zoning and things like that with where your house is. I think that that's inappropriate. So as well. So I will be supporting this action, and I hope that you guys can come up with another site to do below market rents, because we certainly have a need, and we've heard about this need every time we take up the vehicle occupancy. Let's see, it's VHO that we've been calling habitation ordinance. We have a strong opposition to that, very strong, and they are passionate about getting housing in Palo Alto for homeless people and low income. And I think that it's sad that we had these two exchanges at the same time, because it gives an illustration of Palo Alto being a very different community than where I've lived for the last 29 years. It's always been compassionate. So that's my comments for this evening.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, I think that a number of my colleagues have made it clear, and I certainly agree, that the city never was in the business and is not in the business of developing affordable housing themselves. We work with various affordable housing partners that, unfortunately, during this Measure D campaign were called big developers. But one of the things that we haven't had tonight that I think would really be beneficial to the community is to have heard directly from Palo Alto Housing Corp their explanation of why a senior affordable housing project can't work for them under existing zoning, which was the primary issue of the campaign. So, Mr. Mayor, can I ask them to speak?
Absolutely.
Great.
Good evening, council members. I'm Candace Gonzalez with the Palo Alto Housing Corporation. First, thank you to city staff for their well-written staff report. I think it answers a lot of Councilmember Burt's questions regarding why we can't build within existing zoning. It would just not be financially feasible. I think we stated all along during the development process and during the Measure D campaign that a scaled-back alternative would not work without significant funding gaps, and there are no sources of funding outside of the sources we found for the project. And even if we can find the funding gaps, it would not be a competitive project under tax credits. It would be an extremely expensive project, maybe somewhere around $700,000 to $800,000 per unit for a one-bedroom. And then even if we can build it within 46 or 34 to 46 homes, we would need to maintain it over the long term, over a minimum of 55 years, and we needed the range of incomes and units to make that sustainable.
So, Candace, I know that you're a professional in this field. You live and breathe those criteria that you have to use to attempt to get funding for your projects. Mm-hmm. You just said a lot right there, and it's all crystal clear to you.
Okay.
But even after months of this dialogue, mm-hmm. I don't think the broader community really understands that breakdown. You had several components there. You had a funding gap. You spoke about the cost of what units would be. I recall also that one of the other issues was whether under existing zoning those units would even be affordable in perpetuity versus under the PC they would. Okay. Can you break that down a little more slowly and give us a little more depth on what those problems are for you?
So with estimates and numbers, when we initially proposed 60 units plus 15 single-family homes, we had a viable project. When we agreed to go down to 12 units, to 12 homes and 60 units, we had a funding gap of probably around $3 million. Going down further, and we were hoping to bridge that funding gap with tax credits, applying for affordable housing funds, with the minimal other sources out there. Going below the 12 and going below the 60 would not have made us competitive. For example, with the 60 units, we were required under the county loan to provide at least 20 of those units as extremely low income. That would mean rents in the $500 range. We needed the other 4 units to make it balance out so that we can pay our monthly operating expenses, our mortgage, our maintenance, our site staff. So those were 2 components, the funding for the purchase and then the funding for ongoing funding over 55 years. So even if we could come up with a $10.5 million gap, we had to be competitive with tax credits too. So tax credits looks at cost per unit, so they have a cost containment rule. If you exceed right now 130 or 135% of their rule, we get kicked out of the competition.
Okay, so
that's that.
It's still a little bit fast, but so the second component was that in addition to the funding gap, you would not qualify for the critical tax credits.
Exactly.
Now, the other thing is that I assume that if there was a way that you could be able to achieve a significant affordable housing project at this site and get the funding for it, you would do it. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's 100% accurate. The last thing we wanted to do is be here tonight under these unfortunate circumstances. We've looked at every viable option out there. There just wasn't another viable option. I think, again, we consistently stated that we were proposing something that would work without the gap, that could operate over 55 years or more, and that we did not have a scaled back alternative under the funding circumstances. There's just a lack of funds in the city, the state, the federal level.
And even if the city were to come up with, say, a couple of $1 million out of our general fund or some other source somehow, would that fill your gap and solve your problem?
No, unfortunately it wouldn't. I think the gap would probably be more like in the $10 million range. And then again, we would have a cost per unit issue with tax credits. So even if we can fill the gap in terms of acquisition, how will we build it if we don't qualify for tax credits?
So it's $10 million. If we came up with $2 or $3 million, you'd still have $10 million and you wouldn't qualify for the tax credits.
That's about right.
That's a very large gap.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I've begged off from succumbing to the temptation of having any comments on the election that occurred, but I do want to make sure that this evening that we don't continue to perpetuate anything that is not accurate. And we had speakers tonight say that they were open to something above existing zoning. I know that the opponents of Measure D all along said that they were receptive to senior affordable housing, but they were explicit in the ballot arguments, in the op-ed that I just reread in the Palo Alto Weekly, only under existing zoning. And anything other than that is a falsehood to claim that. And I hope it won't be perpetuated any longer. It's explicit in the record. So let's move on. Having said that, a number of members of the community have talked about the value of an orchard and in our heritage in this region, in our ability to expose our children to that sort of background. And even though I agree with my colleagues that this was never what the voters voted for, was to fund an orchard there. It wasn't part of the agreement. That's not the point. It did cause me to reflect. When we were, Councilmember Holman and I were on the Planning Commission, we strongly advocated for an update to the landscape element of our zoning ordinance. We were doing our zoning ordinance update. And unfortunately, this was 6 to 7 years ago, staff said, we've run out of time in the zoning ordinance update, we're out of budget, we need to defer the landscape element. And what we had been proposing in the landscape element included a number of things, but one key thing, and we met with a number of people on this, there's a movement called the Valley of Heart's Delights, I don't know their current status, but it was that we have large areas such as Stanford Research Park and fairly low density development with massive amounts of passive landscaping that is done with junipers and lawns and unsustainable landscaping that doesn't support either indigenous plants and animals or agricultural purposes, including through the Valley of Heart's Delights to help feed those in need. And I would very much like to see us this coming year revisit the zoning ordinance update and look at a concept that would be that upon significant redevelopment of any site in certain of these large industrial areas, that we require a conversion of the landscaping to either native plant landscaping or agricultural landscaping. And that discretion would be left up to the developer. And it would achieve the end that we've been talking about with an orchard here, potentially manyfold, and also help recreate a natural environment integrated within our developed area. So I don't want to belabor that tonight, but I do want to be responsive to the concept of the value of having both indigenous landscaping and another complemented with agricultural landscaping for a multitude of purposes. So I hope people will consider that, and maybe we can do a colleagues memo later this year. For the reasons that colleagues have stated, I think that we really are in the position of needing to move forward and look for opportunities on how we can help serve our affordable housing needs in the community. We have a big issue before us of the Buena Vista site and the residents at Buena Vista and how we can help serve them. And we need to have some creative solutions to help address those challenging issues.
Councilmember Schmidt.
Just a couple questions for clarification before the vote. I guess one of the goals here really is to make sure that the Palo Alto Housing Corp comes out of this hole. So I haven't seen an explicit statement. Is doing nothing the best thing that we could do for the Palo Alto Housing Corp? Are they in agreement?
Certainly our understanding, but you need to speak to that.
Yes, we're in agreement. We support the city staff's recommendation, and actually that's our need as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, that's certainly important. Now, question number 2 is we have a March 5th option to buy. So the time period on that is just over 2 months. I assume that the vote tonight to do nothing is our vote also. We will not exercise that option.
That is correct. That's explicitly intended to do that.
Yeah, so just to be clear here, and I think my colleagues have pointed out that we would have to draw $15 million from the operating budget to pay for that if we did, and we do not have that resources available. My last question was the references to the housing element. Now, my understanding when we were working on the housing element in the Regional Housing Mandate Committee, the issue of Maybell came up, and there was a substitute set of sites identified that would clearly replace that. Are we in the position of not having a problem?
Yes, Councilmember Schmidt. There was an issue with Maybell in the previous housing element, but that was approved. So so it's no longer an issue. We have a small surplus, but it's not an issue with this current housing element.
Okay, yeah, so we did identify a substitute group.
We did, but they were not necessary to meet
Okay.
arena requirements.
Right, okay, good. Just wanted to be clear on those 3 points. Thank you.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes, I appreciate comments made by several colleagues. I'll be supporting the motion. And, the purpose of tonight isn't to re-argue the Maybell project or Measure D, and by any means. I think that one of the things that can come out of this discussion, though, is a better understanding of how it is that we create affordable housing in this community. And I think to that end, it would be maybe helpful, as Candace Gonzalez was trying to, well, actually did describe this evening, but there are very few of us here. Who knows how many people are watching or listening, how it is that affordable housing projects get developed. And to have, just a one-page, if it could be put on one page, just have a one-page white paper on the funding sources that go into and the requirements that go into putting together projects such as this. Whether it's not specific to Maybell, it could be any affordable housing project. I was liaison to the Housing Corp for 2 years, and learning there what it takes to put together a viable project and how many pieces it takes, all the puzzle pieces that have to fit together just right to create a project, I think would be very helpful for people to understand that it isn't something that generally we can take existing zoning and create projects that can qualify for the various funding sources that are required. One of the things that we're looking towards in our new housing element is, and putting a focus on, is trying to identify existing development, multifamily development, and purchasing those and converting them to affordable units. That helps to prevent the erosion of those units and the loss of those units to the community that could otherwise be redeveloped at lower densities. And it also helps to convert those existing units to affordable units. They're already, the development is already integrated into the community. The buildings already exist in the community. We can only do that for, I think it's 25%. And there are even timing restrictions on how that happens, which is another one of the reasons that I get frustrated with the housing mandates. But anyway, I think it might be advisable and helpful to have a description of, if it can just be done on one page and put on the website about how affordable housing projects are put together. It might be very helpful and descriptive to help us move ahead. To just quickly comment on what Councilmember Burt was saying about landscaping. Yes, actually, as I recall it, we also talked about having edible landscape as part of mixed use, multifamily, and even to some extent on mixed use projects as well. So I'll be supporting the motion, and hopefully we can move forward with this, after this, and think in terms of legacy, diversity, community, and start setting some higher standards, higher goals, and have us all pulled together towards various stated goals and intentions. And hopefully we can move forward in that regard after tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Berman.
Well, all of my colleagues made very good points this evening, so I'll do my best not to reiterate them. 2 days after Election Day, I called up PAC to say, okay, how do we build affordable housing there under existing zoning? because that was the clear message from the campaign and from the opposition was they wanted existing zoning. And so the question was, how do we make that happen? And they were kind enough to indulge me for a week of chasing the numbers and trying to figure out if it was feasible or not and how much the gap would be. And at first we thought it would be, 5 or 6 million, and that was doable. And then we realized that it was actually 10 to 23 million, and that obviously wasn't. And so I put it aside for a couple of weeks, and then a couple of days before last Monday's meeting, I reached out to them again and said, okay, let's get a compromise. And they expressed kind of around the area of what would be possible for them. And I reached out quietly to some of the opposition leaders of the campaign, and they expressed a explicit desire. Some of them did. Some of them didn't express an explicit desire that we start at existing zoning and maybe go a little higher than that, but existing zoning was really what they had fought for, and that clearly both sides were far too far apart that we weren't going to find a compromise, and that's unfortunate, but that that's the way this thing went. So I want to congratulate again the opposition on their campaign victory. I want to say good luck to PAC on moving forward as quickly as possible with affordable housing somewhere else in our community, because as we saw with the very unfortunate deaths of 4 people, I believe they were all in San Jose, I'm not sure, but in our county, we desperately need affordable housing of all types. In our community, and the sooner we can get you guys your money back, the sooner you guys can be made whole, and the sooner you guys can go on and find more affordable housing somewhere else, the better off we're all going to be. So I'm happy to support the motion tonight.
If we could vote on the board. And unfortunately, Joe, you're out of order. I'm sorry, Joe, you're out of order. Joe, you're out of order. I'm sorry. The motion is Councilmember Niss moved. Well, I guess we voted. And that passes unanimously. Before we just get up and adjourn, I do need a motion I'll make it. I move that we continue items 17 and 18 to a date uncertain.
Second.
If we could vote on the board. And that passes unanimously.
That's the RPP discussion and then the year in review.
That's correct. And with that, the meeting's adjourned.
As council